Yeah.
Let's hop to it then. So, I won't do the last session. I'll just do the whole last day. Because why not? So, you all woke up here on the third day of your presence in New Cyre. A couple of things happened that day. Rowen offered to Orgrave and to his council to marry the Lush of Dargu to gain lands to be put into a trust the Cyric people. They accepted with a measure of disbelief that this could, would, or is possible to happen, and will proceed as normal until such time as such things are secured. But immense and again disbelieved thanks was paid to Rowen. Let's see. Ludvig's going around speaking to people, trying to pick their brains. Who's a nice guy? Who's not a nice guy? The party also met with a new individual, one by the name of Roderick. And upon finding out that they're a changeling, their brains began to swirl, and I'm sure Roderick's head began to swirl as they started imparting every event that has occurred to them in the last couple months. But yeah, it seems that they've accepted Roderick quite well, and also the fact that Roderick seems to be a changeling, a very interesting and useful tool in more ways than one. Rowen went to her old friend Brayton Thorne and commissioned him to do some stuff on the sly. Don't worry about that. Like a magical item acquisition, for example. And he told her to be cautious because New Cyre, if anywhere in the world, was a den of spy games. You guys all find yourselves now at the Feast of Ingenuity, which is meant to focus on the current state of the Syrian people and what's going on with them next, what the next plans are, or how to help improve them, in which everybody at the table is expected to, or at least any of the suitors, are expected to give forth between courses some kind of offer of ingenuity to make things happen. So far, all you have seen is of, let's see here, Vestige, who put forth a new power that they've been working on, one that allows families to consult deceased artisans, engineers, and scholars from their family ancestry to solve problems, which was reacted with a stirring of emotion. In one part, people were stirred in that way, and in others, people thought of it possibly to be another dangerous manipulation of Wargrave. With that came an assassination attempt by Loisana to Siana in the form of social assassination, that is. Lo and behold, everyone in the room heard that, oh, how strange. It seems that the hobgoblin suitor and that man in the back of the room, that's the sort of Brailish observer, what are both of them not doing in the room? Sure enough, a couple minutes later, some very vulgar sounds were heard, a door slamming, and some disbelief and hard to contain snickers are heard around the feast. A lot of people look shocked. Orgrave certainly does. That is where we will pick up today. I will simply say we find ourselves where you guys are sitting at your table, and the courses are being changed up, where this first course is being sort of cleaned up off the table, and the next person's innovation is to be spoken soon enough, but there's just like this sort of din of silence in the air. This sort of tension of political change has occurred, and scandal. We will skip the forward operating mechanics as we are in the middle of the feast. But yeah, let's take it from there. You guys all sit at the table. Ludvig, you know something was up because Violin made it apparent enough that he was acting fishy. But to the rest of you, I imagine that was crazy. And I don't know, Lois. Are you able to hide your grin? Do you think?
Uh, Probably not.
Fair enough. Well,
But
fear not; it'll be subtle.
well, I would imagine that there are a number of people, specifically women, probably, who who have a very similar grin because it's a little embarrassing. It's, you know, socially a faux pas, and they don't they it's Schadenfreude. They don't, they recognize that it's a train wreck, and they don't want to
Yeah.
smile about it, but they can't help smiling about it. Uh,
Oh yeah. Yeah. There's like at least 100 faces in this room, each one with their own unique expression. Yours certainly does not stick out to the wider room by any measure. But yeah, you sit at your table and grin with perhaps satisfaction at the influence you have brought to bear. What's everyone do in that immediate aftermath of that howl?
I was with Violin and he was saying, wasn't it the wasn't it the Hobgoblin and the British bat like yeah, and I just gave him one like, what are you like didn't say anything but just look of what are you did you
He looks at you with a sly grin. He goes, "I'm pretty sure." With a little bit of volume, he says, I don't want to say anything, but I am pretty sure I saw the hobgoblin suitor and the Brailish ambassador leave the room near toward the same time for a nearby table to go, oh yeah. Like, I actually, the voice is
like
unrecognized.
I think he just closes his eyes for a second and just walks back to the table, kind of only subtly shaking his head out of amazement.
Yep.
For like
The,
put him back down the
Violan,
other you finish?
yeah, I was just gonna say Violan goes back with you, and he's smiling like the cat that ate the canary. And as he sits, he just gives you a little wink across the table, Lois, with mutual satisfaction.
Well, I whispered Rowan, we'll talk later.
We'll talk about this when we get home.
Didn't Lois say she
Rowan
was going
looks
to be leaving?
entirely unperturbed, by the way. Like she's I would like to think that she is sitting next actually I know she's sitting next to Elena. And I think probably after one little snicker, the two of them went back to talking about engineering or because I mean Rowan wants to talk. I mean, she's already been invited to her workshop, so Rowan's being a little social butterfly.
Got it. Yeah. What about Roderick? How's Roderick? Uh, what's the reaction?
Um,
Hey, welcome.
Trying to hold back a smile, failing, um, looking around, confused if that was, supposed to happen or not. Um, and like telepathically to his three people, because the connection's still going. I didn't know it was that kind of party.
Oh, I'm pretty certain that it's not that kind of party.
uh, I will say there will be a little. There'll be a little ding on the cup, and we will say, why not? Rose will stand up, our Warforged envoy. She will sort of stand and draw the attention in her direction, just kind of like pressing past the tension of the moment, though nowhere near forgotten. She will say, I believe it is my turn now to share with you the innovations that I have developed for New Cyre. She is going to say, we Warforged are not known to wear clothing very often, and thus do not possess the skill of weavecraft very well. However, from within side of the Mournlands, we have discovered one particularly fine invention, known as the Forged Spun Loom. From this, we salvaged parts, retooled it, and made it into a communal fabricator that created the very dress that I wear here this evening. Which is this like nice pink sort of, it's got the big sort of puffy arms, but sort of like showing off the delicate features of her armor beneath. She says, these machines can be operated by Warforge, by human, and can be spun into durable fabrics, robes, canvas, at double the normal speed of a regular loom. We can clothe every refugee, we can build tents and sails, and we can help you endure with comfort the trials ahead. Those people around the room, especially the ones that you brought, Loisana, into your little council, which I don't have the name of right in front of me, but nonetheless, they all are like, all right. They like applaud broadly. The idea of more tents and canvas and clothing sounds fantastic. You'll see a couple of Warforged amongst the room, sort of the very, very few handful that are present, sort of shift with interest, and perhaps pride on behalf of Rose, kind of maybe being an extension of Rose herself, and murmurs kind of swing around the room thereafter. So the frank point of the matter is that in this immediate room of about 100 people, it seems to be very clearly on the surface a little less popular than what Vestige brought to bear. Perhaps that's because the people in this room are sort of, the governing elite and are more interested about precedent than the actual invention itself. But Orgrave, people representing the refugee camps, they all seem to be of quite interest in the Warforged and to puff their chests in pride for the inventions they can bring to bear. Orgrave applauds. And with that, a new dish is swirled out from the back. This time it's going to be like, if the first round was like a soup, this will probably be a salad, a small, delightful salad from various imported sort of berries and nuts and things that make up for certain losses that of like native, sort of native vegetation that was lost to the morning. And it's good. It's definitely different than what would be the original Rowen. You detect it being previously Siren. You're like, oh, I see what they're doing. And this is like the V2 where they haven't tried to replace flavors. They've kind of like redone the flavor profile in a way that sort of is reminiscent of the old, but isn't trying to make up for what can't be made up for, you know? Um, and it's good. It's very innovative. And yeah, you guys sort of go back to eating. And as these dishes are served, you're going to see uh, striding into the room to various Snickers, looking just completely nonchalant, like nothing happened, not necessarily oblivious, maybe oblivious, at least in appearance. Just totally walks in like nothing happened, is Sienna. She walks in, grabs a seat at the table, sort of puts her arm back. Definitely like there is sort of like a how do I put this? Like in the way she moves, there's definitely like an agitation where like she kind of plops into her seat and maybe like throws her arm back or like just kind of like finishes off her drink kind of sharply. If that all makes sense. Like she's walking in very nonchalantly, but there is an undertone of agitation in her behavior. And you know, it certainly saved her from an all-out laughter, but it does not dissuade what has happened in any measure or form. It just simply remains a polite banter. Not polite at all, actually. A present, quiet banter, but doesn't excel more than this. Could have been way worse, but she rolled pretty good. Not that you can do too much for what happened. So I'll turn it around back on you guys in the immediate aftermath. Is there anything you would like to do? Or shall we just wait for the courses to go by?
Can I get an insight check on Sienna?
What are you trying to insight?
How she's feeling at the moment, how other people are feeling, what the other suitors are feeling, if she's getting looks from the other ones.
Sure. I'll allow you to do an insight check on her and the room, not like all the suitors at once.
Okay, then. First one. And that's a natural 20 for 26.
Very nice. Let's see here. She is clearly putting on a bit of I won't say a show, but she's clearly just like trying to handle it the best way she can, which is to just like not acknowledge it. You can definitely tell that like she knows that it was an attempted sabotage on her character, but she's got nowhere to direct it. So she's kind of, you get the sense this is very like unusual of her personality. You know, she's like a warrior champion of like a Dargonian clan. Like she's a warrior. When she sees a threat, she presses on it. She's not used to like high politics or how to act in a room. But since she has no enemy to point it at, her aggression, she seems to be suppressing it for the moment. You don't know if that'll boil over later or not. But you expect someone for a warrior discipline. This is a measure of control that is somewhat impressive. She rolled pretty high. But there's nonetheless a very apparent sign of agitation and sort of lid on the boiling water going on there.
Okay. Another roll for the crowd, or
I'll give you the crowd. The crowd remains ever the same. They have something to look at now that is directed at that, and they kind of chuckle and giggle and laugh quietly, maybe point eyes in Sienna's direction. The room is very much turned on her. She's a little bit of a laughing stock at this moment, though the laughing is kept quiet.
That's I feel bad. I feel so bad for her.
Quick question for this. Oh, go ahead.
Is there going to be another kind of mixing after the salad course?
Yeah, there will be. So how my process is for the whole night is there's going to be like the course where you can eat, get up, talk to somebody. It's free form. Nobody's glued to their chair. Then there will be a presentation from a suitor and then another course, and it'll just go on and on and on until they're all covered. So
okay.
Yeah. During the courses, you're free to go.
During the mingle and chit chat, I would imagine that, you know, there are people who are bringing drinks to the table, but there's probably also a place where you can go and, you know, run into other people at the bar, so to speak.
Yeah,
Um,
absolutely.
Lois will get up and will offer her arm to Violin, and walk over to the bar, and I will have a conversation with Violin once we get within earshot of the people at the bar. And uh, the question I'm going to ask is, what? Why do you think Lord Stura was was trying to take advantage of Fiona? That seemed horribly despicable. If I were her, I would be furious at him.
Because Viola will say, Lois Anna, do you truly believe it was Braylon's own ambassador that was attempting to sabotage the the courtier, the suitor, all the way from Dargoon for some reason? You think there's some kind of tension between the two nations or something like that?
I I think that Breland might feel ill-served if there was a cordial relationship between Dargoon and New Siri.
Hmm. It's unfortunate then that Siana fell to the charms of Lord Corin, though I can't imagine what charms he actually possesses. And I was going to do this, so this happens in this moment. It's in this because the bar is a little close to the door. It's in this moment, and I just want to be sure. Where did you, as a reminder, where did you send Lord Corin? I know you sent Sion upstairs, but where did Corin go?
He went out to the stables.
Right. And you remind me of what was the reason for that? Do you
Uh,
remember?
he had a message from the
Mm,
civis scribe was that he had an important message that was private and confidential.
mm.
Uh, and I've, selected someplace that's a little out of the way to guarantee you your stuff. Please meet me here.
Fair enough. It's in this moment that Lord Sura Irkoran, the ambassador of Breland, does come through the door and does seem to be like very subtly, like at the end, the tail end of it, fussing with his trousers, like somebody who maybe was like just using the loo, perhaps. Just like nothing crazy. He's not like running it, but he's just like kind of, adjusting his belt just a little bit as he walks into the room. And the people at the bar kind of, and he kind of, what's so funny? And they kind of, they can't contain themselves, and little infectious laughter comes in, and he looks like very perturbed, and he meanders on inside, looking around like in a huff of confusion, um, and uh, his he like is staring at people like, what are you looking at? And someone else is like can't handle anymore and kind of and he kind of stomps back, not making any attempt to hide his displeasure at everybody's chuckling in his direction. Stomps back to his seat, sits down, and a sure wave of uncontained chuckles follows him all the way. And Viola's just looking at you, Lois, with love and assurances that he made the right choice in his eyes. Amazing. Indeed. Oh, the rumor mill. It's going to be a long one. Okay, so Ludvig was doing a little insight investigation. Lois was spreading some rumors at the bar. Rowen, Roderick, any little things you want to do between courses and speeches? Anything at all?
Above the table question.
Hmm.
Has the dancing portion happened? Is that going to happen later?
That'll probably
that
happen
victory?
later after.
Okay.
After the banquet, the final, probably around dessert is when that will all start to take off. Um, Roderick, I have something for you, my friend. Uh, you hear within your mind, curious. It is you, isn't it? The one whispering around.
He'll respond back. Um, well, who am I speaking to exactly?
Yes, it is you. It's very, very strong points of telepathic connection. Very interesting. And picking up immediately, verbally, standing beside you, you are going to see this lady here on Roll20. Nope, Braylon, no Siri, and she says, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Lady Talalara, Ambassador of the Redera Empire. A pleasure. Say, would you mind? I could use some air. And she sort of gestures for you to lend your arm.
Take it.
Take it. You head out, and you guys walk out, only briefly, for a little turn in the fresh air, and she goes, so you must tell me, my dear, where do your powers stem from?
Well,
You are not Kalish Star, that much is apparent, and I was not aware that there was another inspired presence, so unless you're a rogue element, you are something altogether unique. Am I wrong?
yes, I'm not your standard fare. I've spent a lot of time in lots of different places, really. There are. I have a friend that's
Uh,
helped me understand what I was capable of.
a friend. You must tell me of this friend. Who educated you in such niche skill sets?
Hmm. Well, I have you ever been to Grey Wall?
I am not. I am merely an ambassador here in New Syria. I have not seen much of the wider expanse of Kobe.
Well, the governor is very psychically inclined.
Hmm, I see. I take it then not, but she's almost gestures to herself, not of our appearance.
No,
How
certainly not.
interesting. So perhaps me and you could help each other. You like your talents, you use them well enough. Would you like more power?
That is an interesting question. It depends what kind of power you are offering.
Psionic power. You see, the mysteries of the psionic capabilities are merely scraped upon on the surface by the Kalishtar of Corvair, quaint though they may be, but the Redera Empire, we are a force of nature when it comes to psionics. Give me a day of your time. and I might be able to unlock some potential that you have not yet accessed. And in return, all I would ask is you simply make it apparent to those present, especially Prince, who gifted you these capabilities.
Mm. No, I am not normal. But why?
Well, it is no secret that I have put myself forth as a suitor for Prince Orgrave, and there are two primary advantages to a marriage with me. The first of which is alliance with the Red Empire and its political, military, so on, so on, so on, powers that it may possesses. And the second is its ability to train the Syrian people in exceptional psionic art, well, a technique of magic that so far goes untapped by the world of Corvair, a unique power set that would make them very, very capable of shaping their own futures. To help you learn your powers in such a short period of time would prove to the prince my people's and my own capabilities of training the Sirens into gaining these powers. It would help me, and it would help you. A fine exchange, in my opinion. What do you say?
Mm. I'd say, what are you going to teach me?
That's a good point. Now, why don't you tell me what exactly it is you can do to begin with, and that will let me know where to take you. You clearly have some telepathic skill. It was difficult to pick up on. You're good at it. Subtle enough indeed. But is there anything else?
I can do quite a lot. Hard to show my, but I'm sure. And he will conjure a psychic blade.
My, you are quite fascinating indeed. This is actually a skill taught in Redderham. My goodness. What about telekinesis? How capable are you in this? The ability to move things without touching them.
I cannot do such a thing.
Would you like to learn?
Very tempting.
Well, why don't you take the evening, think about it, and before I retire, bring me your answer.
Mm.
All it would require, since you already have some prolific skill about you, it would only take tomorrow, but I would need all of your day to.
He will hold out his hand.
And she will daintily take it and shake your hand. Say, I look forward to seeing you tomorrow morning, bright and early, the crack of dawn. You will not be disappointed, my dear.
Well, better go inside before rumors spread.
Oh, indeed. We wouldn't want to be the next element of courtly bashing. Very well, let us go. And you head on inside, only having taken like a couple of brief moments to have spoken with her. And yeah, you return inside, certainly before any rumors could spout. The last thing I'll swing around to is Rowen. Rowen, do you have anything you want to do before the next course?
I think she'd like to. I'd like to go talk to Rose because Rose was having that fabric thing, and I'm wearing the dress, and the dress is impressive. I
Fair
look
enough.
well on the dress.
Carmen, can you say that again? I cannot hear you. I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
Can you hear me?
A little bit, like,
Yeah.
Because I don't know what else to do from here. Um, yeah, so I would like to go up to um I would like to go up to Rose
All right.
and
And you do so.
talk to her about what she was about the loom. Um, the textile that I'm wearing is unique. It's one of Rowan's own invention. But if you could look, I feel like you would be able to look at her dress and see, this chick does textiles.
Yeah. And yeah, you're hearing about this loom. And you're like, shit, she can make things twice as quick. That's pretty impressive. And yeah, you approach, and she turns to you and says, Baron Rowan de Leon, a pleasure to see you again.
It's nice to see
It's
you.
also a small point of order. As you know, pretty as she is in her art, what's worth keeping in mind is that like the faceplate is just that, a faceplate. Her lips do not move when she speaks. As a interesting aesthetic note. But please continue. Sorry.
It is also good to see you. Um, I am really excited to hear about this loom if you have a moment to say anything about it. It's interesting as a Caneth, but it's also interesting as somebody who is a weaver and who has made a great study of textiles.
See, well, I'd be more than happy to about it to you. I only know so much. I am, after all, an envoy and, I suppose, diplomat of my people. There are some amongst us who know its inner workings better, but the machine is operational by any and all hands, and as I said, it can spin fabric into many useful woven elements at great speeds. It's very capable. It is not something we usually require, being warforged, but some have found it interesting for the sake of forming identities outside of our previous nature.
I think that the exploring is good to find new things because it's a new time. I like that. I like that you want to do practical things, clothes, sales. We think of grand things and often don't realize that you get to the big by steps, right? It's all steps in the ladder. And it starts with making sure people have things like clothes, making sure they have items to trade. I very much like your approach. I just wanted to take the time to say that.
I appreciate this. Thank you for saying so, Baron. It is sometimes difficult for Warforged to empathize with humanity, and vice versa, clearly, by some standards held in different places. But perhaps this is my way of showing that I do understand the needs of the people of the Sirens, and I'm not solely interested in my own people's needs and wants. The loom also was something that we did not make. This forge spun loom was found in the Mournlands, and it is something that the Warforged can bring out of the Mournlands, just like many other items within. Hopefully, it demonstrates the Warforge and what they can bring to the table, as well as its capabilities.
I think it's really exciting. Anyway, I know they're about to serve the next course, but I just wanted to say I really like that.
It is always a pleasure to speak with you, Baron.
And
she will do a polite curtsy, very, very elegant. She's almost ballerina-like in the mechanicalness of her elegance, of her etiquette.
she's more graceful than Rowen.
She's probably more graceful than like a lot of folks, but it's not fluid. You know what I mean? It's very. She's not like roboting around, but you get what I mean. It's very like
precise,
incredibly like robotically precise. Exactly. Yeah. It doesn't breathe. But yeah, she will return to her seat. And yes, let us move to the next course. So the salad bowls are taken away. Everybody returns to their seat, prepare for the next meal. Let's see who brings what to bat. Actually, Telelara will come to the table, sort of leaving Roderick at the table, and she will make a gesture to the corner where she will just flip a finger. Bag opens, spear floats into the air, and again, with a move of a hand, the flick of a wrist, the ball moves like around the room over the tables so that everyone can see it. Too high to reach in the sitting position for obvious reasons. And but nonetheless, it slowly moves around the room so everybody can look at it, maybe even a couple times while she speaks, making no sign or gesture of focus. If she is focusing, it seems entirely the easiest thing in the world to do, or like it's been done by someone else. She's very talented. She says, I bring forth from my homeland the Eberron dream sphere. It is a crystal orb, and it is meant for one thing and one thing only, psionic resonance. The people of New Cyre have struggled much and have a great deal of pain, a great deal of despair, as it has been so well spoken of by my fellow suitor here, Vestige. I am glad to say that psionic power is not merely a weapon or a magical trick to make orbs spin around the room. There are many things the psionic powers are able to do, including soothe the mind, help investigate what is within, and help quell what is too strong, and bring about what is too weak. These orbs have been developed by our people to help those traumatized to deal with and soothe their pain and despair. It temporarily, not entirely, but temporarily eases the grief of trauma, calming panic attacks themselves, or restoring the ability to have restful sleep when haunted by nightmares. These do not fix people outright. It is a band-aid, to be sure, but would we really want an invention that does the mental and spiritual healing for us? I do not think so, and we in the Roderick Empire do not believe so either. The sphere is meant to help people quell the most difficult of reactions and the most highest points of despair so they can make the breakthroughs they need to heal and overcome their grief. And I am certain, the people of New Cyre would like such a thing that may soothe the process of healing rather than, say, deliver it right into your face and making you have to deal with it unprovoked. Which is a very clear slight towards Vestige above table. She says, our bodies may survive danger and war and grief, but our hearts suffer. And with this gift, and many more, your people can know peace in their dreams and in their waking hours, that they might heal, that they might move forward to something better. And as it floats over the table, we'll say at this point, you will notice that as it floats over the tables, there has been a bit of a wave, noticeably. Or as it passes over the top of the table, the people at that table, you might see some people kind of, it's slight enough in each individual you wouldn't notice. It's funny, Ludvig. It's slight enough that you wouldn't notice it in one person, but at a whole table of 8 people doing it at the same time, it's wave enough that you can see it through perception. that just the ease, the loosening of shoulders, the breath. It's just sort of like a wave of ease that lessens and then sort of comes back as it disappears from over the table. And as it comes over Lior's table, each of you know how traumatized your character is, how much they wrestle with despair, how much maybe they struggle with certain things. But as the orb floats over the table, you can't help but feel whether if you know it's there or not, a tension in you just kind of just a little just like a weight is taken off your shoulders. Some of it large, some of it slight. And as it finishes passing over the table, that tension doesn't slam back by any means. You stay in that state for maybe another 60 seconds until your body sort of reacclimatizes and kind of finds its walls back up again. And that wall, that weight that protects you from whatever vulnerabilities that maybe you need to feel rises once more. And then eventually it floats into our hand. People at the table sort of feel it. Amongst the suitors, you might see in different proportions, different people ease. There is a palpable weight of like from Orgrave that he quickly writes himself over. Like there's a moment of like, oh my God, like thank God. But then quickly straightens himself as if it never happened. And you see around the room, courtiers relaxing, as I've already said, and whispers sort of circle around the room about it. It's not an immediate like, oh my God, like vestiges. There are whispers around the room. You'll have to do a little investigating if you want to know if these are good whispers or bad whispers.
May I make those insights or investigations?
I'm going to say for the moment, you'll have to go investigate if you want to know. You're going to have people to like psychically read what people are perceiving, you know.
Okay.
You do notice that people take it seriously. That's all I will say. That's very clear.
Okay. Do I know how Todrick reacts?
You look over at Todrick, and he he's as at ease as you have ever seen him in your entire life. You met him on the battlefield, and he's been a ball of anxiety ever since. And he's like actually like slumped in his chair for once. As it sort of disappears and leaves, like he looks numb. Not necessarily like happy or sad, just like numb from the release, if that makes sense.
Oh, wow.
Yes, Rob?
So I don't know, like this is one of those, maybe I shouldn't say it, because I was going to say Rowen had a very, very similar experience because she's had so much trauma and there's so much weight on her that I feel like she completely just dissociates and leans into it, like completely unaware, maybe not even listening to what she's saying anymore.
Mm-hmm.
And then just kind of, I think anyone who knows her would see that she, when it comes back, that she's a little almost shocked by the weight of it as it settles fully back onto her. So.
And you are not the only one. Yeah, there's Todd. There's any number of new Sirens around the room. It is, maybe Ludvig as well. Yes, and it has a palpable effect on the room. And there's a very polite applause as the sphere is returned to its bag. You see eyes trail after it somewhat interestedly. And the next course is served, in which you guys are all served essentially like this. It's kind of like a seafood appetizer, a little bit, where it's kind of like sort of like scallions and shrimps, garlic butter kind of thing, like real, like it's good shit. And we enter into another little like meander around the room phase where you guys, it's like eat your dinner, enjoy your dinner, and then once you're done, get up and mingle. So, is there any mingling anybody wants or needs to do?
Um, I'd go check to see like how it was it was received in the Lady Talala's gift was received in the room.
Absolutely. Why don't you make me maybe an insight check to like actually get up and like investigate it. You can do an investigation check as well if you wish.
I only got a 10.
10. I will simply say that it is met with let's see here.
I can roll a thing to help me get it up if it's a failure.
I don't always do failures. Sometimes I do like level of information. So if you want to roll it, go ahead.
Okay,
Like levels of success.
it's now an 18.
Okay, that's better. I will say that you see like a lot of people in the room, especially like the youthful. There's like certainly like a great number of people who are like, that would be really great. But the more older and wizened individuals in the room uh, are concerned, and they whisper about fear of dependency on a foreign tool.
That makes sense. And before I head back to sit down, I just check on Todd.
Yeah, you head over to Todd, and he's like, he almost like sees you, and you see he tightens again. Not like immediately, but yeah, you have this realization this moment. You're like, oh, I'm like a war memory for him.
Fuck.
I mean, you guys are battle like you're veterans to you were veterans together, so your identity to him is coded around war. So yeah, he's all loose, and then you walk to him, and you see like Todd the warrior come back. You're like, oh, I'm like totally a war memory for him, and he looks up at you and goes, uh,
Yeah.
hello, Ludvig.
You okay?
Yeah,
Yeah, okay.
I'm fine.
Do I believe him?
Make an insight check, sure.
Okay, sure, thank you.
Insight check.
13.
13. Uh, yeah, he's really good. Um, it was a moment of peace he probably hasn't felt since he left the academy.
Yeah.
But it's that sort of like up here piece that kind of, you know, when you're experiencing something so good, it kind of is almost like hard.
Oh, it's like, that's you can't maintain that.
Yeah, it's a little like that for him, where he's like, it's good, but it moves him in a way that hurts.
If you want to step outside for a few minutes, it'll be fine by me.
So I don't need to go.
All right.
I don't need to go anywhere. I'm fine. I'm fine. Do you need something? Do you need like do you need me for anything? You know.
If I need anything, I'll tell you. Just try to relax. I pat him on the back and I head back to my seats.
All right. Kind of. You see him. He sits like this a lot, right?
Yeah.
And he's like, you know, very protected, arms in front of his chest. He kind of reassumes that tight sort of arm folded position. Kind of sits there. Cool. Anything for anybody else?
If nobody
Lois?
has
Yeah.
something, absolutely. Lois is gonna pat Violin's hand, and she's gonna get up and make a beeline over to Keltris if he's not heavily engaged in conversation.
Yeah, absolutely. He's usually not. He's kind of, in a sense, he's kind of the watcher. He's the magical protection around here. So yeah, he's very available.
And I would get close to him and say, I wanted to take a moment to introduce myself. I'm Loisana de Liora.
Uh, Hello, good to meet you. Yes, I remember you at the introduction ceremony when the prince returned. I am Keltris Eberron. I am Magister to the Court of New Cyre and War Mage of our people.
And a man with a storied history. Before all of the House Leora, and she'll gesture at that side of her face. I was a, a trained diviner.
Oh, I see.
And given the spectacular demonstration that was just made, I had a concern and I would not feel right if I didn't make it known.
Please let me
The
know.
the the change in people's feeling was quite palpable,
Mm.
but given how little is known about Ryderia and how those folks operate, what's to stop them from, in addition to offering a panacea to grief and heartbreak, to rifling the memories and secrets that are within each of our minds? If you can put something in a box, can you not take something out?
It is a good point of order. There is security concerns around magic. Frankly, the problem with magical security is that it's incredibly subtle, unfortunately. But fear not, war mages are trained not only in the power of destruction and evocation, we are trained in observation. So I assure you there will be no penetration of the minds of those present today, but of worthy concern.
I
How do you keep up with your divination talents, if you don't mind my asking?
as best as I can. I've I've been pulled a little hither and thon between the needs of House Leora and this season. There has been much ado and sadly little time for study and contemplation.
Well, do not surrender to the busyness of politics, especially as one who's capable of divination. I mean, not to discredit the other schools of magic. They all require great discipline, but there is only a capable save few who can truly execute the school of divination. It is a school that requires talent and not just ambition. So continue to foster it, if I might give my advice. And I thank you for your concerns. I will double check my journal of protections I've laid about the room just in case.
And thank you for the advice. I greatly appreciate it.
Very well. Well, please come speak to me again. It is not often I am given the pleasure of a visit of a capable wizard.
I will endeavor to do so before we leave New Siri.
Very good. Very good. Now, if you'll excuse me. And he will make his way about the room. You see him sort of flicking his fingers around a little bit, and like looking around the room. You'll probably notice more than anybody else at this point, Keltris kind of doing a full sweep of the room, where he'll like go up to paintings and like do some like finger flippies, and then move on to the next thing, and yeah, just seemingly double checking his security measures.
And I will go back and have a seat next to Violin.
Excellent, excellent. I'm going to encourage people to remind me to keep up with relationship points, because I was going down his thing there, and I was like, oh yeah, you spoke to him. So I'll give you a point with him, Lois. He's interested in wizards and those of the divination crowd.
Anything for me?
I'm sure there was plenty. I'm sure I've fallen behind at this point. So at any given moment, you could just reflect on where you guys are at. It's not something difficult to track. It's not like it's a point system, but like it's also apparent where you are on the graph too. So
okay.
I'll update it as I go going forward, though.
That's okay. Thank you.
Okay, beautiful. So Ludvig has done some investigating. Lois, anything for Rowen or Roderick, or should we skip to the next course?
Roderick's just gonna walk around the room and listen to what people are saying. Try keep an eye out for lies and tales on people's faces as he's going.
Okay. Very interesting, Roderick. What is your passive insight?
19.
9? Whew. Roderick. All right. What is your passive investigation 2?
Passive investigation is 15.
Damn, Roderick. Those are pretty good stats, my friend. Okay. I'm going to look down the list here a little bit, and I'll let you know. You find Sura here and there. Between his agitation at the room for reasons he doesn't know why, they're kind of laughing at him. When he does actually manage to engage a conversation, he has very much the look of a liar. You know, when you see someone, you don't ever want to judge a book by its cover, but like, I mean, sometimes you can. Isn't that what passive scores are for? He looks like someone who makes a business of lying, you know? You don't know if he's lying currently, but you get the sense that this man makes his way in deceptions. Let's see. Lies. I'll say you see the Civis scribe return, who has the look of someone who's in hot water, trying to hide it anyway. You also see this very fancy lord who hangs out with Leora return, looking like the cat who ate the canary a little bit. Kind of returns behind him after a couple of minutes. It would be difficult for anybody else to detect, but you do notice, Roderick, very subtle signs of a changeling in that individual. No, only a changeling can notice certain things. Like over here, the skin's stretched a little too taut, or over here it sags a little too much. Or in the changeling way, they always like to have their signature, or they like to tighten up features to be just like a little more attractive than the original thing. Where the neck is tucked a little bit more than what is actually natural for most people, and you detect the changeling in this individual. And certainly a liar because of it. No offense. Thank you about that. Anyway, and just like off the gate, like no shortage of like deceptions and lies and things. In order, I mean, this is politics, right? And you detect, like, in your assessment of the room, you're in the Viper's Den. This is a place of great machination and deceit, far beyond that which is the courting season. People are playing games upon games upon games, and I think it would be more important to speak about who you see that seems honest, frankly. And I think the one person that you can tell for certain seems honest is Siana of the Capadour tribe. Amongst all the suitors, she's the only one here who seems to have come without lies and deceptions, who is here putting their best foot forward with honesty, and is just like an individual of directness and doesn't play the game of lies quite like everybody else in the room, including your friends that you've just made.
I think he would approach the changeling that he
Which is
sees.
changeling. Incredible. You do so, and he's dressed up like a fancy Cyren lord. The flowy arm ruffles and a nice walking cane. He's got like a nice little thin pencil mustache, blonde hair, combed. He turns and looks at you and goes, "Oh, good evening, sir. A pleasure. I do not believe we've had a chance to be acquainted. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lord Sylvian He's not doing this. I'm doing this because I suck at coming up with names on the spot. I am Lord Sylvian Irvinar. A pleasure to make your acquaintance.
Well, I am Roderick. A pleasure. You wear that mask quite well.
Mask? Whatever do you mean, sir?
It's quite obvious, really.
Obvious? What do you mean? How obvious? What do you mean by obvious?
All I am saying is, you could improve.
You see there, you're like, there it is. You see like the person behind the mask a little bit in the eyes, sort of squinting at you, like, rivalrous. Says, "I'll have you know, I require no fine tuning in my appearance, sir. I am a master of my craft, if you will. But perhaps let's speak of you and what you're doing here. Say, perhaps we should take this conversation somewhere a little more private. What do you say, Roderick? You are, after all, a rather attractive young man."
Well, I wouldn't say no.
Well, then come with me, lad, and we'll see if we can't outpace that hobgoblin. And we'll sort of fancy his way through, and you guys make your way sort of upstairs and into a room, and he closes the door, and he gets like right up into your face, like he's gonna kiss you, and then the changeling appears with a squinty look. So, what the fuck do you mean my appearance could use some work?
I'm saying I noticed you from across the room. So, could use some work.
How so? Enlighten me.
It's how you do your face.
What's wrong with my faces?
Well, do you want the long or short of it?
It's the short of it, why not?
You're trying too hard.
Trying too hard. How do you know I don't try too hard at anything, ever? I am a fucking layabout, I'll have you know. buying most. And who the fuck are you? How would you possibly know if I'm not sitting the face quite right? So you're a changeling too, I assume. Yes. Doppelganger? What's the call? Maybe you're just a fucking werewolf.
No. Well, I'm a changeling, yes. Not the generic kind.
The generic kind. What does that mean?
That means many things.
I love talking to my own kind. Riddles and masks. So what brings you to my part of town?
Well, this.
Oh, great. Look, these are my normals, okay? I found them, all right? Back off, buddy. I worked hard to get into their good graces, okay? I had to do a lot of information gathering. A lot. So you're just gonna come in here and be the new changeling, is that it?
Well, can't change what I am. Well,
You literally can. Oh. Well, you give to me the kind of changeling who spills the beans the moment that anyone brings it up. So I assume they already know.
yes, I don't care with the shit, really.
Well, impulse control is a big part of wearing the mask, buddy.
Well, you're the one that dropped it immediately.
I did no such thing. You basically were threatening to expose me. I had to make sure I didn't have to kill you. But seeing as you got the mark, they'd be very mad at me if I did. So I won't.
So, what's your name? May I ask again?
Mr. Shadow. That is what they know me as. And you're Roderick, or is that a cover?
Wouldn't you like to know?
It probably is your real name, isn't it? You seem like the kind of guy who's open-hearted and all of that. Real nice guy. Doesn't hide anything too well.
Well, you can think what you like. Interesting. Very interesting.
I am very interesting. You have yet to prove yourself interesting, I have to say. But there'll be time for all of that later. Don't worry, kid. I'll show you the ropes. If they don't eat you alive here.
Let's see.
And he puts on the original face and he walks over to the mirror. He looks himself over. He looks back at you, back in the mirror. No, you're beautiful. And he he walks out of the room, proud as can be.
Still needs to use a mirror, huh? And he walks out.
He just on the way out, he'll just give you the bird and head on back down to the party. Oh shit. Oh man, I gotta roll for something.
Well, what?
His willpower. He stops at the door and looks at the door. Back at you, Roderick, and big mischievous smile curls across his face. He grits his teeth really hard. He goes, no, it's too soon. So perfect, but it's too soon. He points his finger at you, Roderick, and goes, I spared you. You owe me your life. Just remember that.
Sure.
He walks out of the room and closes the door and leans against the wall outside and goes, as he was deeply considering doing to Roderick what Lois did to Cyre.
I will make a connection with him and just say, "I'm in your head," and walk out.
Uh, okay. Something's gonna happen here. Rowan, you're gonna feel a tap on your shoulder, and you're gonna look up to see Lord Sylvian of Hanar. You're gonna say, "Oh, Baron Leora, do you mind if I know I am but your meager aid, but I borrow you for a private moment? It is a matter most intimate."
Of course.
Oh, thank you. And he will take your arm and lead you somewhere.
Alone?
Goes, uh, yes, I am her aide, after all.
Very well.
Uh,
Oh yeah.
it'll be brief. And he'll take you outside to like a window or something where you can be viewed, I guess. I don't know. And he'll not so much as change the full appearance, but he will like change just like the shape of his face to be the Mr. Shadow face. He still looks like a person, but in the dark you wouldn't notice. Skin tone and hair also remain and all that. He says, "Okay, look, I gotta tell you something really important.
All right.
Roderick, he came on to me. He said some he said some very degrading things, and just really tried to.
Did you like it? Is that
I
what you're?
It was so
Because it's all
wrong, but
right.
it
It's all
was
right if you liked it.
no. I know I didn't want to, and he kept telling me the things that he would want to do to me, and I can't admit
Did it make your
I
spine
had
tingle?
it did a bit. There are some things in there I had tried before, and I've tried a lot of shit. I'm a freaky guy, but I just want you to know that you might be signing on a pervert.
So you'll have a friend then.
So fuck you. That's supposed to work way better. Fuck. Fine. Okay. Well, before I do anything else, I guess it's shit. I guess it's due time. He will start doing that through the fingers of his glove. He'll pull off his glove and he'll pull out his sleeve and he will show you his mark of diplomacy that he has shown across, but nobody else has known. He goes, there it is. Okay, fuck. He twisted my arm. See, I'm just as important as he is.
Rowan hugs him. Welcome.
Am I gonna have to get married?
I mean, nobody knows yet, but I mean, like, we'll figure something out.
Oh my god, have I screwed myself? Am I gonna have to marry Roderick?
You have to make a
I
baby.
just want you
So,
to know, changing biology works really well with all of the races.
I mean, never mind. All right, so let us go back to the room or the she just walks off all flustered.
Does that mean I'm not fired?
No.
Okay. And yeah, you guys would go back inside. All right, fantastic. Anything from Ludvig? Oh, you've already, yeah. So that's everybody. Okay, next course comes around. This time, as the course is taken away, Sienna is going to proudly stand up. Yeah, a little bit, Ludwig. It's got competition now. Sienna's going to stand up. And she's going to say, well, unless anyone's got some other tricks or weird, fucked up, perverted shit they want to try to get me out the door, and unless I've been shown the door, I'm going to keep moving forward because Well, that's what I fucking do. And everyone's like, oh, she said fuck like twice. What the fuck? And she will sort of gesture to her group, and the hobgoblin will come over. And is going to bring forth what looks to be some like this kind of shitty looking book, frankly. It's like all of these old pieces of parchment that have been tied together and wound together by string, like that string. Like it looks like a really, really old book, like something you found in the attic from like 5 generations ago. Like it's not even, it doesn't even have a cover. It's just hold together by twine. And she'll kind of raise it above her head. Dargoon is rightly known for being a warrior people, and we are very dangerous in martial techniques. I come here today to not try and enforce those things about my people, but help understand that we are more than just what history has said of us. We may have martial techniques for combat, but we do have martial techniques for farming. And she'll put on the table in front of Orgrave, looking a little like indignation. She says, the Galdar tribe has very unique ways of introducing grain and root crops in poor soil. There is ancient techniques passed down all the way from the Dalakir Empire of farming difficult to farm land. I know you guys don't all want to stay here. And I won't lie to you, the lands in Dargoon aren't exactly fertile farmland. I'm sure you all know that well, maybe even better than I do, because, well, it used to belong to Cyre. So the land I offer you isn't great land, but I do offer solutions to that poor land, which is a way to field crops in it. Grain, carrots, potatoes, these things. I also would offer accomplished, discipline-driven communal farming techniques that have been passed down again from the Dalakir Empire and may be passed down to the people of New Cyre, should they decide to join the Capador tribe. Food is strength. I'm sure no one here knows how difficult it is to feed people, but I bring the crop of my people so that we can break bread together and not starve apart and learn that there is more to Dargoon and to all of you than farming or martial skill. Let's combine the two. Let's move on into the future together. And there's some, I'm gonna do a little roll for it. See if she can bring herself back. On a natural 20. People are pretty moved by her constant speeches of like unity between by Dargoon, or at least the Capador tribe and the New Cyran people, and surely have learned these last like 4 years the struggle of shitty soil and farming, and applaud that. Some people you hear, maybe you're like, oh, using goblin grain? Is that really what we want to, like that kind of thing? But, those here who represent the refugees are impressed, but the nobles look like they might need a new reframing. I will put out there as a very easy passive insight. It would not take much for you all to reframe for the remainder holdouts the message of pragmatic alliance rather than surrender to Dargoon, or altering this idea of like using foreign grain to unity. It would not take much for the House of Diplomacy to sort of tip the scales in the favor, if they had a mind to. And she'll sit down and will be paid pleasant applause. In which we're served your next course, which shall be some roasted duck with a lemon seasoning. Yummy. And it's very good with a nice sort of like mashed potato with sweet potato, sort of like into like nice tenderly boiled slices one after the other, kind of ratatouille style. Very delicious. In which we go to the next phase, the next part of our thing. So, anybody have anything they'd like to do in the aftermath of that, or shall we just move on to the next course? Your choice.
Yeah. Rowen would like to kind of engage in a slightly overly loud conversation in the hopes of
Sure.
trying to nudge that away from the foreign grain. And she's going to turn to Ludvig and say, "Hey, Lud, you're kind of an expert on history, right?"
A bit, a bit. I've studied my fair share.
So, at the end of the war, before the morning, who all was at war with who all?
Um, I think do I need to check for this, Ryan, or can I just kind of rattle it off?
I'll give you advantage, but sure, make a little history check. Not a high DC.
Okay.
You were pretty engaged in all of that, especially being a part of the officer corps.
Thank God for that 15 because I rolled a 1 originally. I got a 15.
Yeah, I set the DC at 10. You're good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead. Yeah, sounds like you already know.
Yeah,
So as
well,
Go ahead.
Ludwig, go
Yeah.
ahead.
okay, our Karnath was mainly fighting, spent most of the time fighting Cyre, and I'm whispering all this to her. Have we also fight,
No, we're having a loud conversation. It's
okay,
not whispered.
okay.
Well, Ludwig's allowed to whisper if he would like to whisper, of course. Like you're
Okay.
being loud, but if Ludwig would feel uncomfortable,
I thought we
that's
were
just
like kind of across the table from each other. I didn't realize he was right next to me.
Okay.
But yes, if you want to whisper, please come and
It's
whisper.
convenient. What I say, Cyre and Ondair had an alliance. I think there was the only two of the five nations had an alliance with each other. The if Karnath was fighting
That's fine.
Cyre mainly. He whispers that bit. But Thrain was fighting everybody. Uh, Karnath fought Thrain a little bit, but not as much as Ondair and Cyre. And Breland was fighting against everyone else as well. I think I got all that.
Okay.
And I never fought Breland in the war, kind of on the other side of the walls.
She just kind of disengages from you.
Okay. Okay, you're welcome.
good. Interessante. Um, Sweet. Okay. Who's up? Yeah, Ludwig. Got something you want to do?
I just say hello. I say a quick hello to Rose.
Okay. Yeah, you say a quick hello to Rose. She says, "Pleasure to meet you again, Viceroy Leora."
Good to meet you, Lady Rose. I would love to have the chance to speak with you later on if there's a chance.
I am sure there will be an opportunity. It would be my pleasure.
Thank you very much. I give her a bow, go back to my seats.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Anything from Lois and Roderick, who is getting some mean looks across the table from a certain Lord Sylvian Evenar.
Roderick would make his way to Siana. Is that her name? The hobgoblin?
Yes.
He would walk over.
Yep, you walk over. Yeah, you walk over this person. A little intimidating approach, as she's clearly a little indignant from the recent drama. But you walk over. You see she kind of sighs and kind of like throws a smile on her face and says, goes, "I don't believe we've had a chance to meet. Pleasure to make your acquaintance. Stiana, champion of the Capador clan of the Galdar tribes of Dargoon, and who might you be?"
Roderick's gonna switch to goblin and say, "My name is Roderick.
She looks a little surprised. You know, here folks speak in Goblin mostly outside of Dargoon. I must admit, I'm kind of impressed. I haven't heard. She speaks Goblin back at you. Um, I'm surprised. I haven't heard anyone speak Dargoon since I left the border.
Yes. Well, I find goblin noise quite fascinating, really.
Well, for fascinating people, you're not wrong to say so. Uh, yeah, I realized that after I said it wrong. But she says it regardless. She goes, well, tell me about yourself. You must be either have some friends or you're particularly well traveled into what are apparently savage, hostile, evil lands.
Uh, well, I am quite far traveled, and there's no place really I wouldn't go. I, I've found myself surrounded by a lot of what people would consider uh, not non-humanoids. Um,
Hmm. Spent a lot of time in Dargoon then, maybe Drone, Black Reaches. Is that what we're talking about?
Mainly Droam.
Ah, huh. Never been out that way. You'd be surprised how many people confuse Drone with Dargoon.
Mm. Yes. Well, I've taken a walk around, and everyone is lying and lying, and you seem, put it frankly, the only trustworthy person in the room.
How do you know I'm trustworthy? Well, you know I'm a evil kind of girl. I don't know.
I don't know. Maybe it's just I find it easier talking with. I don't. It's. I don't know. It's just something about you. You are the easiest person for me to approach here.
Hmm. Maybe it's the flaw of my people, but I don't know. We don't value lying too much down in Dargoon. We value, you know, warrior's honor. So I don't know. Maybe that's our fault. Maybe that's where we fuck up. We don't lie enough. But I don't know. I see a problem. I go for it. You know. So what do you think then? You think I'm the best suitor for the job? You here to throw your weight behind me? Take all the help I can get after that little stunt. If I find out whatever prick pulled that one off, I'm gonna wring their necks.
Mm. To be honest, I I I don't care much for this politicking. I I've
You're in
only
the
just
wrong place,
arrived.
my friend.
Yeah, I put on fancy clothes and wear all the rings and make a show, but much rather just walk around in my armor, as it were.
Same here, buddy. Holy shit. Did you know that tell you a secret actually. There was some debate about who would be sent here to be the suitor for Orgrave. My chief of my clan is, you know, he's a guy. He's married, and he's three sons who are married. I'm the warrior champion, and I'm not married, so I got kind of picked for the job, if you will. Fancy speaker, don't have too thick an accent in common, you know. Apparently pretty. Fuck, punch the man who told me that. But so that's why I'm here. Can't say that Prince Orgrave isn't a handsome fellow, but hey, I'm happy to mend bridges.
Well, interesting question. Have you traveled much in um uh, Dargoon?
Oh yeah, all over the place. Actually, I fought in the last war. Sure, fought plenty. Did some things not terribly proud of. Did some things I'm very proud of. Best fighter in my tribe. My tribe's full of pretty good fighters, so I'm gonna pat myself on the back for that one. But yeah, you'd be surprised. The better the fighter you are, the more fucking politics you got to deal with. The more chiefs you got to run around. The more duels you got to fight on behalf of your fucking clan's honor. So yeah, I've been around the block a little bit.
Well, have you seen a tower in Dargoon? Lots of elves walking around.
Elvish Tower in Dargoon?
Yes.
Give me a moment. I'll see if he has. An Elvish Tower, huh? Not just any tower.
Specifically, the face fire he's referring
Ah,
to.
got it. Cool. There's a fun little piece of lore. Goes, she kind of looks at you quizzically and says, "Yeah, no, I hadn't seen. No, I hadn't seen anything. Um, oh, actually, yeah, she totally will. She goes, I have. I'm surprised you know about it. You must have gone pretty deep into the country to have seen it.
Uh, I haven't seen it as that is. I am interested in looking at it.
Hmm. It's, I'm not gonna lie, it's pretty. It's beautiful, in fact. Emerald lights all around it, big, beautiful, high, really a tree more than a tower, but I know what you're talking about. Got us in a bit of trouble, I'm not gonna lie.
Yes. Well, I have many interests, and this happens to be one of them.
Uh, well, I don't know if you're gonna enjoy it because Alesh kind of laid siege to it, so might not be as pretty as you might have thought it would be. But I did see it once.
Hmm. Well,
Anyway, well, let me let you go a little bit here, but it was good chatting with you. And hey, look, I could use all the help I could get. Listen, I don't know what your skill set is, friend, but you want to find out the prick who tried to set me up for that little joke over there. I'd really appreciate it.
well, I will listen as I do.
Greatly appreciate it. She'll clap you on the shoulder and you'll be like, ah, fuck. She bats her heart pretty strong, and she'll find her seat. Ludvig, I have a little something for you, sir. Um, so
Whenever you say it in that voice, it feels like it's either gonna be fun or you're gonna try and kill me.
while you're at the bar getting your next drink, You are going to find like pretty much like appearing there before you is Haydith, your Reinarn, sort of like looking at you a little plainly. She says, "Is there a reason you haven't spoken to me all night?"
They run around me.
Yeah, sure.
And feels like I've it's good to see you, Your Majesty, Princess Haydith. Um, I've been very busy this night.
Busy eating your roasted duck, I assume.
It is it is fairly good. How's your night been so far?
My night's been a little boring, sitting at the main table. I don't have many friends in New Syria. I thought we were friends, but it seems you've been ignoring me. I'm
No,
not afraid to admit it.
can I roll an insight check? See how mad she is at me.
Go ahead. Oh man.
Uh, I'm gonna add a I'm gonna add something to that. 14.
14. Haydith is a very, she's got that Wednesday Addams kind of monotone, a little thing going. So whether she's happy or sad, she has that going. It's more about the look. And you don't she's a little mad, but not like angry, but more confused. Maybe a little upset.
Disappointed, perhaps even.
Pointed. Yeah, those would all be better words than mad.
Well, this is a very special occasion for the prince. I didn't want to take so much time away from the event. Is there a drink you would want?
She kind of looks at you again, like she's not buying your side steps. And just for like a little moment, the eyes kind of like soften into like a just like a genuine disappointment, and her shoulder is just like ever so slightly slump, and she just kind of turns around and goes and sits back at her seat and just kind of sits
I,
there solitarily without much of anyone to talk to.
I go, can I say something before she leaves?
Yeah, yeah. You see, she's just like you get it. She's like she thinks you don't like you for whatever reason have backed off of her, doesn't want to talk to her anymore, or you've been told not to, whatever the reason is. And she's like, your response there kind of sealed it for her, and she's
Oh
like,
no,
oh man. So you see her kind of turn away to leave. But yeah, if you want to reach out and like
Lady
grab her wrist.
Prince, your Majesty.
She stops and kind of turns over her shoulder to look at you.
I'm sorry I haven't been able to speak as much with you as 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 much as fits as much as I'd like to, but I'd like to.
But you can't for some reason.
Well, we can talk. Do you want to talk now? I can talk now.
Make a persuasion check.
Okay.
See if you can bring it around.
Okay. Okay. Gonna add a commander's presence to that. I'm gonna use the last of my tactical mind features. Okay.
Well, this would be for presence, right? Whatever it is, it's varying presence or something like that.
It's tactical mind technically. It's for
Oh,
ability
okay.
checks. 24.
She considers and then eventually sort of agrees and sort of like takes your arm, but it isn't as like holding on to you. It's very like, this is the custom, so I'll do it. Not like she's detested to be around you, but she just kind of like holds your arm as she must. And you guys kind of take a moment to meander to a private space, perhaps.
So what do we talk business until we find a private spot for now?
Yeah, a little small
Not
talk.
upstairs out of the way in the bedroom. No, not
No,
there.
no,
No. I'm smarter than
no.
that. But ask also, what do you think of the other gifts so far?
They're fine. Um, all useful in their own ways. All well represent what the suitors mean to bring to the table.
Makes. I think they're all fairly good. They're all fairly good in their own way. Any hint of what you might be bringing to the table? At least tonight.
I'm sure you will get to see that in your own time.
But yeah. Yeah. Just like yeah. So I'm just taking. Yeah. Sorry, Derek is just taking a second.
You don't like being ambushed? What's that? You don't like being ambushed? Is that
No.
something you don't like now?
No.
She just and she just kind of like stares at you like she answers the small talk like a practiced someone practiced in a script almost, and but you see like behind it she's like waiting for whatever it is you're gonna say patiently.
What do you miss? What do you miss? What do you miss most about Karnath?
I don't really want to talk about Karnath right now. I want to know why you haven't talked to me.
If privately, I thought it would be improper at the current, at least at this current moment.
You speak to your Baroness, do you not? Is it because if it's because I'm a woman, you've spoken to other women tonight?
It, it
Available women.
I
When with the same mark as you, in fact.
I I would hate there to be to be well, you're on the process of something truly great. I would hate there to be because you're courting the prince, and I would hate for someone to use my presence to create rumors against you.
Make me a persuasion check.
Oh
Ooh,
God.
Ludvig is so romantic.
I'm going to use my inspiration. Unnatural 20.
You say this. She softens. Her lips part ever so slightly in a kind of like maybe a slight sort of like inhalation, like a realization or something. She says, after like pause, she says, "You're trying to protect me."
I would think that you were trying to help you, but yes, you could. Yes, I was trying to help to protect you.
She looks down and back up at you. She says, "Are you trying to protect me because I'm the Princess of Karnath?"
I I'm trying to protect you because I was trying to protect you because you are Princess of Karnath, because I think you're trying to do something good here for yourself, but also the people here in Cyre who desperately need it, but also because you yourself, I would hate to something foul be wielded against you because of me, because you don't deserve that. You, Haydith, do not deserve that.
Well, we need to go to an early break or something because I'm a little. Not kidding. Good job,
No,
Ludvig.
no.
All right. She will. She'll just kind of. She'll be a little. I guess just that's just it. She'll just be like a little. Again, her face is just like a lot softer than you've seen it, where you're sort of. You lay it all down, and in that last part, you Haydith is important, and that hits hardest, I think. And you see, she deeply softens at that, and she says, "Well, you're a real gentleman, then, Ludvig."
I'm trying to be.
I I was I judged you unfairly.
Almost forgiven. This is. I'm not used to all. Like I say, I whisper, I'm not used to all, and I gesture where everyone else is like all this bullshit. Play beat around the bush bullshit, you know? Just being upfront is so much easier. But I
Then,
need to learn how to do it.
then just be upfront with me. Don't. I've been raised around cutthroat politicians who wanted to use me all my life. You don't need to be that around me. But it's not what I want.
If I might ask, what do you want? Not what you need, but you hope to do what you want.
I want. I don't want to be lied to.
Sorry, say that again, Ryan.
Sorry. He says, "I don't want to be lied to. I I want to see home again. I want to see my family. And I want to have people around me that I can trust. Trust is not something I'm used to. You don't like all of this politician stuff, and you'd rather be upfront, you'd rather be a warrior, and I respect that more than anything. And though sometimes I hate it, I'm I am what I was raised to be, and that is a pawn of the politics. I'm here because I want to try and change that. I love it. I love using people the way they've used me. Wrapping people around my finger. I love the game. But I want to play it on my terms, on my board. So maybe you just be direct. And if you need help with the politics, you come find me.
Thank
And
you.
if I can find my own board, I'll be there to help out.
If you ever do, and if you do find that board, I'll be the. I, Ludvig of House Leo, would be happily to help with that. And and before you leave, two things. Pro just promise not to use me on a board. Wrap me around your finger and use me on a board. You used me quite badly in that dragon chess game earlier.
She smiles at you. She says, "No promises. You're a very valuable piece."
And one last thing. I know it's been restrictive living in Rhodes under the King Bornell's watch. If I might be, but I may be able to do you some small favor. If you want to write a letter to someone who, I'm sure your letters are being read, of course, before you send them out, but if you want to send a personal letter to someone back in Cornath, before if you can write it down, hand it to Soren, my guardian Soren, to hold on to, and I can make sure it tries to get to the person you need when I travel up there.
Haydith, who's maybe a head shorter than you, she just steps up to you and just hugs you. And she slides her hands up your back and kind of just rests her head on your chest.
I am very surprised by this.
And she will whisper quietly, she'll say, "I wouldn't use you like that, but thank you."
You're welcome. Just promise me the letter won't be political nonsense. Just I'll let it be whatever you need it. But yes, I will never look at it.
She comes out of the hug. Do you hug her back? Or do you just
I do hug her back a little bit.
Okay, cool.
Quickly, but like.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to assume you guys are in relative privacy in this conversation.
Yeah, hug her back a little bit, yeah.
Yeah, like she'll step back out of it and she will say, "Oh, no, Ludvig, I won't be sending any letters through you because the letters I couldn't send would contain information that could get you in a lot of trouble. And I'm not going to do that to you."
Oh, thank you. Vil.
Then again, I do like trouble. Just not today.
If you are not picked, Haydith, and you go back to Rhodes, would I see you there when I journey there on the season circuits?
I guess it depends what happens here.
All right. That's all right then.
She kind of looks at you and sighs. She goes, "Ah, romance. So much easier if you skip the hope and go straight to regret, I suppose." And she will wander away.
I'll just stand there for a minute, like.
Soren will follow her, but for just a moment, he's like off to the side and hear the conversation, but he like looks at you and goes,
He's a bro.
Soren's ride or die buddy. Yeah. And he'll go in after the princess. You can head back in yourself if you wish.
Yeah, just kind of stand there for a minute and feel like Ludwig's trying to feel like what he feels like. Is this a very familiar feeling he's felt before up and down there?
Hey, it's her little. There's something about her little form, kind of hugging you, her head on your chest, thanking you for your protection, and you see somebody who truly recognizes your honor. Maybe you feel a little fuzzy feeling in your chest. Who knows?
Yeah, like he just thinks to himself, like, I know how to pick them.
You do. Ludvig is a veteran of the last war. He likes a little danger. Um,
But yeah, go back
let's
to my seats.
you go back to your seat. Let's go to break while we're at it. And when we come back, we will complete the banquet. We only have a couple people left. Um, Sweet. We'll be back in like 15 minutes. See you soon.
Welcome back, Ryan. Dude, you ambushed me pretty damn hard with that Haydith
Yeah,
stuff.
Lois, harsh. Some harshness in the chat. Friend zone. That's great.
That was not what Ludvig was trying to do.
All right. Sure did, Ludvig.
Ouch.
Okay. If everything's working, can't quite hear anything through my mic. Can I get a test from somebody? Somebody say something?
Test.
1, 2, 3.
Hello.
Gee, I can't hear shit. Hang on. Oh, it died.
Oh,
Got
shit.
it. Hang on.
That's why he couldn't hear us. That can you hear us now? Hear us now? Now?
There we go. Just
Yeah.
had my the sound was coming from because my headset died.
Yeah, like I said in the chat, you ambushed me pretty hard with the Haydith stuff there.
Yeah, man. Hey, you were happy through the night. You wouldn't even look at her. She was like, dude.
Before we end the night, there's going to be dancing, right?
Yes,
Okay, cool. I just
guarantee you there will
I
be
just
dancing.
wanted to make sure because
She wants.
I know you're wrapping up.
Rowen
Feels like you're wrapping
loves
up.
dancing.
No, there's still some night left, and there will be dancing. I promise. Okay, so the main course is had. Some more stuff happens. At which point, let's see here. Yeah, Haydith is going to be the next presenter, having come forward. That's so weird.
What's weird?
What she brings.
Oh boy.
I forgot who wrote this. She's so fucking evil. I love her. She stands up and everybody kind of goes quiet. And in her sort of like quiet stare around the room, she kind of like silences the floor. She doesn't need to say anything to kind of like draw quiet and draw a presence. And everyone kind of quietly quiets for Haydith. She puts her hands up and she will do a double clap. And you guys are going to see gnome size, maybe 3 foot tall, constructs sort of walk out from a back room, maybe 3 of them. One in silver, one in gold, and one in bronze. They are skeletons encased in metal. They look like they're very interesting. It looks like they're like little skeletons, but they have their bones sort of like welded to very like elegant fine metal joints that can twist and such. And there are like, it's so weird. They're really kind of elegant and spooky and weird. And everyone's like, oh, what? As they go by these like little creepy metal construct bone creatures that kind of shamble around and start like taking trays and like serving things and start like actually like being waiters around and kind of walk up to the various tables and do like little bows. And she will say, I call them the Bone Wardens. These are not creations of necromancy, as I understand in other nations. People don't exactly like raising their dead. There is like a little like a little nervous laugh at Haydith's sort of cold humor. She says, these are different. These are constructs. They are adapted from Carnathi necromancy practices, but they are not necromancy. These are constructs. I admit I may have added my own flair to their creation, but these are household guardians and labor saving wardens that provide security without draining living manpower. These ones I've developed are refurbished in particularly precious metals, but one can be made for much cheaper based on irons and steels and other alloys that are of a lower price on the market. They can be created for a moderate cost and can perform many tasks that you might need to be done around New Cyre. Though you have many displaced individuals, it is a workforce that you require, and these guardians are not undead that you fear. They are protectors, free from hunger or grief, or other people who may resist, or excuse me, so your people may rest and rebuild. New Cyre has much to do, and many great minds who are being underutilized in positions of laborers, who were once great noblemen and thinkers and creators of great things. Now, with this labor force, you'll be able to do what Cyrans do best and innovate the future. And she will sit down, and there'll be some applause that comes out. Despite her coldness, she seems to have a remarkable way at like kind of moving an audience around.
Yeah.
You see that the warriors in the room look a little in distaste, as you can probably imagine, as maybe they have flashbacks of armored skeletons running at them.
Oh yeah.
A little bristled by that, and they're concerned that it is indeed necromancy. But pretty much the rest of the room full of nobles see these as very practical, very utilitarian. And indeed, many nobles and great thinkers and craftsmen find themselves in positions of necessity and labor and like utility when they do have the minds for greater things, and this would be able to supplement that workforce. And so they rather like, okay. And that's what Haydith sits down for as the next course is served, which I'm going to say is like, I'm going to say it's like a very small but light pasta dish. That is sort of like it's almost like a tortellini a little bit, like or a ravioli. It's stuffed with meat, not cheese. But the breading is like very light, which is a Cyran sort of like breading technique. That isn't like too heavy on the stomach, very light, and is tasty. It's like in a nice, tasty like rosé wine sauce that isn't too thick, very, very light, very tasty. And you guys are free to do what you will in the aftermath of that. And I think Ludvig, you get.
I take it back a little bit because wait, we're on a corner. People are like scared of the undead undead over here.
Everyone's like, what's everyone's? Oh, that's true.
Oh yeah, wait, yeah.
But no, people look impressed, and you are impressed. The nobles sort of shake or look at the little gremlins running around, going, "Oh, this is weird." And they'll continue to like wait on people for the rest of the night. They literally are like, but they're also like kind of like cute skellies, like like Clash of Clans. Remember that phone game with like the little guys that are like,
yeah,
they're like little like goofy skeletons that are like really finely varnished in precious metals, but they're constructs. So, and I will say, Ludvig, as she sits down, and there's some applause. Very briefly, do her eyes scan back to you, and a little smile is pulled from her, as you seem to have gained the skill of doing. And she continues to sort of look around the room with, and has that look with the speed, but the given time. She's really good. She's good at like balancing, moving along, so nobody thinks anything of it, but also gives it that moment and genuineness, and it makes you feel a little appreciated, but doesn't raise any alarm bells for anybody.
Yeah, like I give her like look back like well done, like it says well done, but like yeah, But that's like if she's other people might not see anything else, but like, good
Yeah,
job.
you give her a little like, well, nod. I'm like, damn, good job. Um, cool. I'll tell you what. We haven't had a ton of this. As the like little meals being served, and you guys have seen quite a few people come around. Does the Aurora Concordant want to exchange any opinions?
House Leora.
House Leora, excuse me, House.
That's your tomorrow game, Ryan.
Does Leora want to exchange any opinions at the dinner table?
See, I look over I lean over to Rowen and say, "See, the other skeletons aren't always so bad. These are constructs, not necromancy. It doesn't need to be so bad."
All right, but it's not the same thing, right?
Yeah, it's
they're
not,
just
but
it's a construct, but it's made to look that way. It's like a style, which is very
okay.
cool. I like the way she has done the articulating joints. I didn't realize that she was an artificer. We should definitely talk. That's incredible. And she's like she's trying to examine somebody else's work from afar. So she's like, oh, like looking at the joints, not
I give
being
one of the little skellies a dish back.
One
So
of the
she
skellies comes up to you, Rowan, and like serves your pasta on your plate and gives you like a little bow. And as you like look at it like this, it'll like do like a little like not like a pirouette or anything, but like a little goofy turn so you can get a full 360 inspection.
That is incredible. That is incredible. And I mean, she's gonna look at workmanship. That's just good craftsmanship right there.
It's very polished. It's not like slap shotted together. Like it's a polished craft.
Yeah, no, very, very nice.
So
but
it's metal gilded over bone.
Yeah, but the metal's enchanted in the
That
construct.
that's fine.
Yep.
And Lois is going to put on the air of someone who is offended. And she's going to grab onto Violin's hand. And she's going to get up and she's going to look at the people at the table and say, it's based on a child or a gnome, and I will have nothing to do with it. And she will very loudly walk her way on out.
Yolan just like has the look of a man who's just along for the ride. It's just not entirely disappointed by it.
Violan is Mr. I love my wife, fiance.
Yeah, he's
So.
like, I love my fiance. She's great.
And I'll just lean over to Ludvig. I mean, that's easily fixed, right? Just next time use a bigger skeleton. It's fine.
Okay. It is a question, where did she get the skeletons?
Lois is the best wingman ever. All right.
Yeah. It is a question of like where Haydith got skeletons, but yes, absolutely.
Oh my god! I'll tell you what. Lois says that. Lois, give me a little. Let's call it a persuasion or an intimidation, I guess. I don't know. It feels right. I don't know why. Either or, to see if you can convince the people around the table to be like, yeah, what the fuck, Haydith? Like, basically.
Yeah, that'll be all of us 6.
Everyone just
Persona
kind of
is not Lois'
Gnomes,
skill
who
set.
cares?
they just kind of they're like, yeah, Lois says this and like storms out. But most people are like, oh, they're so goofy. And they're kind of into it. One person doesn't get offended and like corners Haydith and goes, so is that supposed to be like a gnome or a child? I mean, it's probably a halfling, right? I mean, is a Karnathi jab at the Slunta Plains or a border region? Is that it? He goes, no, they're goblins. And he's like, and he kind of tilts his head at her. She just kind of like smiles evilly at him, and he just kind of chuckles nervously and wanders away.
I need to know what Sienna's reaction to that is.
I'm going to say Sienna wasn't there to hear that. She was off in there. She got cornered to say that.
Okay.
That's obviously the reason that you chose those raw materials.
Don't ask questions you don't want the answer to, where your raw materials came from.
And technically, the Silver Flame shouldn't be mad about it. It's because it's not necromancy, it's constructed metal, magical metal.
Exactly.
Transmutation, baby.
Everyone's
And
got hate for fucking necromancy, but let's be honest, transmutation's a step away.
Yeah. The transmutation is also kind of fucked up when you think about it.
It is. If you think really hard about it, you're like, oh, wow, it's not great.
Roderick, what do you think of the Scullies?
They are constructs. I am not particularly informed about this. Yeah, if they work fine, I have no positive nor negative opinion.
Understandable.
Mr. Shadow, aka Sylvia Nevanah, looks across the table to you, Roderick, and says, what do you think? Better or worse than what, say, the inspired ambassador brought from Roderick?
Well, I have to hit you with my favorite line. No comment.
How droll.
Speaking of the other suitors, what did Elena think of this?
Ilena's got a raised eyebrow. She's a little amused, like, oh, that's weird. Kind of as they run around. That's pretty much it. She's just like, oh, that's very Haydith, I guess, kind of thing.
There's like a very crude craftsmanship. That kind of. That's what she thinks.
He goes, so you just smelted metal and poured it onto the bones, and that's it? Haydith's like, no, there are hinges. He goes, right, the hinges. Great. There's a bit of like a cool. Anything else from you guys want to do between meals there, or do we want to just pop over to the next one?
Pop over to the next one.
Roderick would get up and walk over to the Prince Orgev.
Yeah, Prince Orgev, absolutely. Make your way over to the Prince, who's going around carousing, saying hello to every table. And he sees you and he goes, oh, hello again. Mr. Roderick, I believe it was. Good to see you again.
Yes. Well, I happen to be quite new around here. So I hear there's going to be a dance.
Yes. We'll be showing off some Cyren dances, traditional Cyren dances, and others. Why do you ask?
Well, I was asking if you would like to dance with me.
He raises an eyebrow at you and smiles. He goes, I see. Not putting your name in the hat for being a suitor or anything, are you?
No, definitely not.
Well, make a persuasion check.
Okie dokie. I'm going to use lucky to give myself advantage. Oh, okay. Wait a sec. That's very high. Check my sheet. Plus 11. That's going to be a 30.
A 30?
Yes.
Holy shit. He says, whatever you want, master. I am at your service, master. Here, you are now the Prince of Cyre. No, I'm kidding. He says, Sure, why not? It sounds like fun. We'll see if you can't pick up some of the Siren styles.
Yes. Uh, it'll be fun. And as Roderick moves away, I'm going to try and slip a note into his pocket.
Was that? What is pocket?
Roderick is going to slip a note into his pocket.
Okay. Send me the note. Send it privately. Let me know what it is.
Okie dokie.
Okay. Anything else from Rowan or Lois? Or are we moving on to the next one? No problem. All right.
Let's keep going.
Keep her going. Okay. That meal is cleared out. And let's see here. Just before dessert is served, Ilina Horla de Kenneth stands up. The room kind of quiets with anticipation. What will Kenneth bring to the table? And they all expect great things. She is going to sort of say, bring it in. And essentially what was going to happen is this really large, yeah, sure, fuck it, she'll have that imported. She brings in this really large, what are they called? A casket. Oh, no, not casket. Barrel. Like basically a glass barrel. Like a very large, like barrel-sized, like glass. And everyone's like looking with great curiosity, like, that's unusual, but what is it? Watching, and she sort of waves. And they bring out this large ring made of metal, like very fine varnished metal, and it is covered in arcane runes around it, and it's on 4 legs. And she has it positioned around the glass cup, we'll say, the massive glass cup. And she is going to say, pay attention, or you might miss it. And she is going to pull out an every tool from her pocket, reconfigure it to an arcane tool. She's going to fasten something, do a little scribing of something over here, and she's going to tap the end of it onto the iron ring, and it's going to, all of the arcane runes are all going to glow with transmutative magic, and the beaker will begin to fill with water. All the way to the top. And some people are like, oh, that's true. She goes, now, to those of you who are skilled in the art of magic, might attribute this to a very simple create food and water spell, in which you can fill a vessel with a certain portion of water. A very simple task done, one that can be done by a member of House Galanda with terrible ease. But the issue with create food and water is that it takes magical power. It takes a certain amount of magical power to do every day. And for those who are skilled in magecraft, there are much more capable spells out there to take somebody's time. Some items can be enchanted to do the spell maybe 1, even 3 times a day. That is not what I have here. What this is an importable arcane well. What it does is not transmute water into existence for a very difficult, limited power supply. This creates an arcane gate between a body of water and a vessel of any size, and can fill it entirely 36 times a day. And there's this, ooh, where's my 3 times? Now, perhaps maybe not as impressive as children's bodies smelted to metal, or performing rituals to commune with the dead, or what have you. But the basic truth is this: Syrians, who are so very landlocked here, need water. Water is the essence of life. All the farming techniques and food of the world will do nothing if the population dies of thirst. You cannot have crops if you do not have water to feed those crops with. Water is life. I could have came in here and given you some dazzling, sparkling show of some trick that you do not need, but what I am giving you is this: water, the gift of life. With water comes crops, comes livestock, comes full bellies, comes a magnificent resource that does not require import. I give you life itself. With this, no child of Cyre will ever have to drink tainted water again that flows from some God-forbidden stream that comes down from the moorlands and has been tainted with who knows what wild magic. No one needs to worry about anything of the like. This will process water a dozen times a day, and that water can also be used to power water wheels that can power lamps and lights without costly oil, creating electric light. Not in my new Cyre will ever child have to drink tainted water again, and will no man, woman, or child have to go thirsty. And this, as I'm sure you well know, is just the start. And she'll sit back down. And there is an applause as people sort of, oh, impressive, like, magically impressive, immediately useful, practical. Everyone seems very pleased. And I'll say, Rowen, the back part of your brain that itches here would know that any Cannith South or East or Weston that would be present in the room would be scowling right now. Very, very displeased that a sort of exorciate, so to speak, Cannith would be developing such things without their supervision. And that is the key. No supervision, no approval, it's done. Bureaucracy cut through. And with that, Prince Orgrave says, very, very impressive indeed. Many magnificent inventions created by everyone in the room, really. Difficult to say which one is the most exceptional, for they're all wonders, each and every one, as are all suitors present. Thank you very much for your contributions, for showing what the potential future of New Cyre could look like, and they will all be taken under immense and very difficult advisement. But for the time being, allow the last course to be served, a dessert from one of my personal favorite vendors from the streets of New Cyre. And let's have more lively music in the hall now. It is the time that Syrians all look forward to most, which is the time of dancing. And with that, as I work on it, a much more lovely, lively, celebratory music will begin to play in the usual styles. Ooh, I'm playing something called Carnival. Don't shoot me if it sounds fucking horrible. That's kind of... no, not really. It's not what we're going for. It's cool, but it's not what we're going for.
I kind of like it.
I like it too. It's just not for this one. We want something that's a little more like... No, not really. We want something more like French, I guess. But I'll work on the music. But anyway, the music starts playing, desserts are served, and what do you know? Fucking a hearty, thick-breaded, oozing with vanilla icing, hot cinnamon buns, one each. And there's a little like, oh, this is a little outside the huzzah of the whole night. You know, the eloquence of the night's a very sort of like humble dish, really. But a delicious one, and everyone kind of enjoys their sweet tooth and stands up and gets to some dancing.
If they don't want it, I'll take it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Rowan probably looks at it with extraordinary excitement and like eats it with her, like doesn't like shove it in her face, but like eats it with her hands, as opposed to trying to eat it with like she makes no pretense at trying to be. She enjoys it like it's street food.
Oh yeah, and yeah, you dig in. Some people are like, "Oh, a little surprising," but it takes but a mere couple of moments before everyone's digging in, and the sort of it. And Orgrave has his own way with people that this immediately cuts the tension of like elegance and propriety. And it's like, here's a fucking cinnamon bun and some jaunty music, and immediately kind of cuts the tension of the night, and people find themselves in the throes of dance and cheer and something sweet to eat.
Like, Rowan, I need to get the recipe for this stuff. I need it.
I need it.
That's exactly how I'm eating mine, right? Like, oh no.
Oh, yeah, cinnamon rolls are the best.
They are really good.
I love cinnamon rolls so much. Maybe a little of me is identifying an Orgrave for this, but
Yeah.
I don't care.
I don't blame you. Don't blame you at all.
Nothing like a good hot cinnamon bun.
Yeah.
Some dancing picks up. I'm just gonna get my, you know what? Fuck all this fancy music. All right, I'm gonna go get some proper down fucking
Ballroom dancing music.
fucking dirty festival music. Just good old fashioned halfling festival. It's not correct at all, but I'll be here an hour trying to find the one that just fits perfectly. In the meantime, I don't know, we'll deal with this. But lively music begins to play. Sirens get up, start dancing around, and sirens aren't like on Darien, where it's very like waltzy, ballroom, whatever. It's very like lively, like passionate, heated, like fast, sort of banging your feet on the ground, but with style, with elegance, with skill, and with the culture. Not just flailing your arms around. No. Think like, oh man, I almost want to say like mix. If you were to somehow mix like Scottish river dancing with waltz, and then like throw a little salsa in there too, that could be it probably. maybe even skip the river dancing. I'm more like 2 parts salsa, 1 part waltz. A little bit, I think, where there's an elegance to it, but it is sort of like lively and passionate and kind of sexy. And it
sounds like tango.
So maybe it's more tango-y. Yeah, I think that's not terribly far from what our special dance is called. In fact, if I'm not
that's
mistaken.
true. Oh shit! That's only one word. I didn't. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. Sorry, that just
never mind.
It's only 1 letter away.
I retract.
But yeah, this will go on for a little bit, where people sort of get up and dance, and in turn,
Rowan is going to go look for. Okay.
Oh, go ahead, please.
Rowan is going to go find Magister Keltris and ask him to dance with me.
He goes, sorry, the cinnamon buns are like that.
That's what Keltris says.
Yeah. He goes, I would be remiss to ignore such an invitation from such a lovely young lady. And he'll take your hand, and you're like, yo, Keltris, drop it down, brother. And he's Syrian. He throws it down a little bit. He's an old guy. He doesn't have quite the dexterity as some of the younger guys, but he knows his steps. That much is apparent.
Is there any point that he has to put his hand on her back? Which would make sense. And cool.
Yeah.
Good. That's all we wanted.
I never know what's going on with this group.
Above the table,
the
whip scars. He had made a comment questioning her loyalty to Cyre. So while you can't see the whip scars because of the skill of the tattoo, you can absolutely feel them.
All right.
Oh wow.
Now it's a lively tune, and she's not going to say anything. we're just dancing and having
Yeah.
a good time because she can
I think
say
you
she
will
danced with
note
the
that,
war
like,
mage.
you will. I think you will note that, like, he only does it if, like, the particular dance that you're doing, like, asks it of
And
him.
she would have specifically chosen one.
Great. And I think, like, if his hand found its way there and you would feel his hand, like, kind of move along, like, the ridges of the scars, there's definitely, like, a hesitation where that person who, like, feels like they've been somewhere they shouldn't and, like, goes to move, and you just kind of keep going, and a little uncomfortably he continues, but your point is, I'm sure put in there.
But she's genuinely a little starstruck by him. I mean, he's fucking war mage.
He's kind of
He's
literally a fucking war hero and one of the greatest mages.
yeah, like from an academic, from an arcane point of view, like she wants nothing more than to sit alone with him and just talk about arcane stuff. He knows so much stuff she doesn't know.
Chances are, Rowen, he is the greatest living war mage. Like, he's probably the most powerful living war mage alive, honestly.
Is he the last living war mage alive?
You haven't met another war mage yet. Could be, could not be. You don't know. But anyway, dancing is done. Is there anybody else who does a little dancing?
I will try. Like I'll look to Todrick like you're gonna get out there and dance.
To who?
Todrick, like you're gonna go find somebody. Like I'm needling.
Ludvig, I've been looking for someone my whole life. Nobody. No, I'm okay. Thank you. You go have fun. You go get your.
I give him another cinnamon roll.
He gives you a little look that's like, thanks, buddy, kind of thing, and he'll eat what's left of your cinnamon roll while you go dance, maybe.
Okay. And I will go try and make my. I might try and dance with. Oh wait, what's her name? The. Oh God. Lady Danya Irtalan.
Danya Irtalan.
Irtalan. She's not the magister. She's the other one. The lady.
Oh, the like administrator.
The administrator who helped me
out.
Yeah,
administrator. Okay.
Is she dancing with anybody?
She's very much playing like the hospitality individuals, like, we have everything over here, great, and you see she's kind of like making sure the final dessert service is going well, and you make your way over to her. She's well dressed. She goes, she kind of like looks back to her aides who give her like a, there you go, girl. And she goes, thank you, Viceroy Laura. Yes, I would like to. Thank you.
So it's called delegating. Let other people do their jobs. You've done yours. Have some fun.
She kind of sighs. She goes,
help show this poor Konethi fool what he's doing. How's it?
She sort of rolls her eyes. She goes, all right, you've made your point. She goes, you sound like my mother, but that's good. And she'll give you a polite smile. She's joking with you. And yeah, she'll like show you a little bit about how to do some Cyren dances. They're like, they look easy, but roll me a performance check.
Okay, hold on. Let's see if the Konethi can't do this. Hang on. Konethis can dance. What a surprise. Let's see. 15.
You pick it up. You're like, it's hard at first, right? You're being taught. But after a little while, you're moving. You're doing it. You're there's still an inelegance to it. You're not doing it like it's very clear. You're like, and it's like, oh, like I suck, but like I'm getting the basic steps and you're having a good time. And that's the important part. And by and large, like it's a little unrefined, but by and large, you like kind of pick up the initial steps of this particular dance. And And yeah, Danyura is like, goes, good, you've done it. And she's like dancing around with you, and you're having a good time. And as you're like swinging around, you will notice in this moment, because I'm very, very mean, you will notice Orgrave and Haydith sharing a very lovely dance, and they both move with elegance. And she seems to know this step pretty well.
I catch 4 minutes and I keep dancing.
Okay.
Like,
You see she does, your eyes catch. Yeah.
I shoot her a quick smile, like,
She shares with you like a bit of a faltering smile and doesn't look at you again.
oh no.
She kind of, you don't think it's like cold though. It's not like a cold shoulder. It's not like, I don't know. You can go looking on that later.
Okay.
Um,
Roger,
yeah.
do you want to do anything?
Yeah, Roderick, what are you up to, my man? You gonna go make good on that dance?
Yes, Roderick's going to go dance with the prince, and he's going to try and, I guess, outperform the prince.
Ooh, okay. Go make a performance check, sir.
Okay, I'm gonna use a luck point.
All right.
With advantage.
I'm gonna give Orgrave advantage because you're trying to beat him at his own game here a little bit. He's born bred Syrian.
And I'll spend a psionic to add a D8 as well.
Oh man.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Okay, wait a sec. It's already a 26 without me adding my modifier. So wait a sec. Okay. Come on, Roderick. +8. 26 +8, whatever that is. Very high.
My God. You walk in, you use your psionic power to go into his brain and temporarily siphon some of his dancing skill into your own body. And your legs move with a little more coordination. And like, there's a hot minute during this dance where everyone kind of is like forms a little circle around Roderick and the prince as the two of them are like going at it, like dancing, like basically having like a Syrian dance off. And it's kind of close a little bit at first. And like the prince does some like really funky sort of like nuanced moves. Very sort of like passionate, very like stompy. He's like really good at it, and he's showing off his culture and talent. And he would have beat you maybe, Roderick, but you're very well trained at performance and all performances. So you know these moves, you know this dance, and you're also taking his experience and putting it inside of yourself and taking every advantage. And in the end, you're just a lucky guy. We got to take that into account. And you just dance your ass off. This is like the end of Whiplash where Buddy's just going on the drum for like 5 minutes. And in the end, people are like, whoa, like people are freaking out as Roderick like does his final move. And Orgrave is like astounded. He's like, who the fuck is this guy? And everyone's like, oh, like everyone's going fucking nuts. It's like the beginning of Step Up 2 where they all get around Roderick and they're like, let's go. And Roderick's like, let's fucking get it. Yeah, you definitely win that dance battle, and you earn some hella respect and notoriety around New Syria for being a fucking good dancer. Let me tell you.
After the dance, Roderick's gonna spin the prince away and kind of take a bow and just make eye contact with all the suitors, and then walk away.
Gives you a little look of like who are you? Like as you like catch his eye over the way and you're walking away, he gives you this look of like who are you? And yeah, you meander, fucking slap that, take inspiration, I guess. Holy shit, dude. That's a statement. I love that.
Shadow feels so jealous right now. I get Shadow a drink.
I gotta sleep with Prince now to upstage him. um, let's see here. What happens next? What about Ludvig's dance? What about Lois? Anything from Lois?
Uh, yeah, because the head scribe's in there, so he's busy and occupied.
Not really. He's like
Well,
seemingly having a
he
hard
he
time
he.
enjoying the party.
Uh, uh, yeah, we're gonna wander back to his place, and since I know where his personal logbook and journal is, I'm gonna.
Um, presumably in his room.
Well, unless he's moved it, but we're gonna go look.
Okay, so you're gonna leave and go look.
Oh yeah, well, Violin and I walked out before the dessert course.
Yeah, that's right. I didn't know if you had come back in.
Oh no, no. Once you make an exit like that, you stay exited.
Very fair.
And this
Okay,
was mostly so I could get up to other shenanigans, but have a reason to be offended.
of course. Okay.
Did the Lois lured Sienna upstairs and the other guy outside with the notes from the head scribe or
Oh,
like,
and I got rid of the head scribe at the same time.
yeah.
Yeah, you sure did.
Is Sienna looking at the head scribe like, what the fuck, dude?
Well, the head scribes, he came back eventually, back to the party, but he's just like he's sitting in the corner like who looks like somebody's on timeout for some reason. And I'd say you would have got like a little like kind of thing from Mr. Shadow because he
That's
tracked
fine.
that.
Me?
Okay. Yeah, been
Was
a
that
very
to me or Mr.
yeah,
Lois?
absolutely.
The Mr.
Okay,
Shadow, was that for me or Lois?
that was for Lois.
Okay.
So just to be clear, you're gonna go try and like get his books, Civis books.
Uh, that or a personal journal, you know, something in his encoded hand is what I'm after, and I
Okay.
really don't care what it is.
Okay,
I care where it's going to be going.
fair enough, fair enough. You go to his room. There's not going to be anything on the tables, unfortunately. Everything's probably pretty packed away.
Well, it's at that point that I'll bring my spy back to my hand because Charlotte has stayed there the entire time.
Fair enough.
Where is it, dear?
Yeah, and Charlotte, and you'll find out easily enough, and Charlotte will tell you too. There are various like drawers and chests around the room. You're like, okay, I know where everything is. But obviously, everything is locked. Private correspondences and whatnot are locked behind barriers and such, or just locks and whatever.
Well, I have it, but uh, but before I leave, I I will before I leave Yolen, I will put my palm in the middle of his forehead. I'll cast borrowed knowledge, and I will borrow sleight of hand because I already have proficiency with thieves' tools.
All right, fair enough. He borrows power of sleight of hand. He goes, sometimes I feel like you just use me for my hands.
Once we're married, yes, sir.
Well, I can live with it. I'll find a way to get by. Yeah, you got sleight. They got the tools.
Yeah.
All right, make me that sleight of hand and advantage. Palm in the head. Come, you're my knowledge.
16 and proficiency 319 total.
All right, 19 total. Let's see here. $19 total.
Yep.
You put your tools inside and you start working away. And things are going fine. You're like, he is pretty good with his hands. And the unfortunate part that you're noting is that like when you're knocking the tumblers up and out of the way to like open it up, they kind of fall back down. Like they shouldn't. They should lock into place. That's how it fucking works. But they're like almost like it's hard to explain. It's like they're like phasing through your pick almost like in a transmutative kind of way or something. And like they're being really, really strangely, supernaturally stubborn to get through.
Well,
You will, I'll say at that point, note a Kandaric, a very, very small Kandaric burnt stamp into the bottom corner of the drawer, the desk, or whatever it is you're using to try and get into.
of course. Well, we'll just leave. Actually, I'll look for anything that reads as his. Uh, 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 like an empty ink bottle, something that would draw that connection for somebody.
You
Not as
will
good, but it will have to do.
you very easily find a nice quill. It's not just any old quill. It's got it's basically like a pen with a feather in it, but it's a quill, and it's nice. It's gilded. You're like you get the sense someone made it for him. It's his.
Fantastic. We will snag that. I will pick up Charlotte and we'll leave. I am then
We don't want to
headed.
just do a hard break in. We don't want to. You're not a crowbar kind of girl.
No,
Okay.
no. Because I have more stops that I have to do.
Before you get
Stop.
of course.
Yes.
Yes.
Stop number 2, because I have a limited time when everybody's going to be engaged.
Fair enough.
Oh God, I don't have it open anymore. Lord Fancy Pants, the Breland Observer.
Oh.
I need to go to his place.
Okay, great. Look at. Let's do it. You find your way probably back to the inn since he is like a visiting dignitary technically, and you make your way upstairs to try and find your way into his room. Why don't you give it another spin of the old lockpick? Advantage.
And I'm gonna burn inspiration too, because I don't like either of those rolls.
Fair enough.
Oh God, they all sucked. Let me check and see. What did I have out here for today? An 11. An 11 is better than any of the 3 dice I rolled.
Oh my
So,
God.
11, 14, 15.
Oh man, you're working away, and you're getting frustrated because the fucking things are phasing through the fucking things, and Violin kind of puts a hand and goes, "Darling, darling, darling, let me just, and he like doesn't he's a gnome, so he just kind of leans over a little bit and he goes, "Little luck, Little lock, let me in. You are so shut, but open your heart to me. And he's going to cast a spell magic. And then he's going to say, give another try, dear.
Uh, 17, 18.
Click and open.
Fantastic. Uh, okay. I'm
Feeling
looking
goes, I know we married me for a good reason.
I'm looking for something personal of his,
Yep.
and I'm going to snap the 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 nip, the nib, the writing part of the quill
Okay.
off from the quill,
Oh.
and I'm going to uh look for something of of this dude's that looks like it could have been locked, and I'm gonna kind of like snap it and like leave it laying there. But I
Okay.
just need something of his generally.
All right. You look for something of his. You find any number of things like a cravat or something of the like. He seems to be penning a message, if you care about that.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Um, it's half wrote, but it essentially says something along the line. It seems to be a report, um, largely. It actually goes into a bit of deep. Now that I mentioned it, it's probably like 2 or 3 pages, but just skimming over it real quick, it's just talking about the season really, and it's almost complete. And it's talking about the different suitors, what they propose to bring to the table, his conjecture about how they might hurt or help Rayland if they were to be with um, the prince. Nothing seems to be of an urgent matter. He seems to be noting down that it would be obviously of good favor if he were to marry Siana, because that means that these damn Sirens will finally be off of Brailish land, and out of our hair. And he notes all of you, and he will note an unexpected sort of wild card features is that the ambassador cross has brought back the new House of Diplomacy, and they seem to perhaps be influencing him into his marriage abilities. Um, and Lastly, begins to state, it is of course worth noting that the Princess Haydith, your Wynarn, is present. I find it very hard to believe that she was released from the British court to become suitor to Prince Orgrave, so I thought I would include that in my report. And then it ends there. Quill left beside it as if some urgent matter came up, and we'll come back to this later.
Okay. I'm gonna grab that in total.
It's so
Just
mean.
yeah. Uh
You worked a long time on that, Lois.
and some and like I said, some personal item, something with a hanky with a monogram. He seems like a hanky and a monogram type guy.
Sure, yeah, absolutely. No, he'd have that on him, of course. We'll say that there's like a monocle on his side people. He didn't wear it tonight. He was
Okay,
thinking
that's
about
that's fine.
it.
That's actually even better.
Great.
Uh and I'm gonna go by Tiana's room while she's still downstairs.
Okay, it's locked.
That's okay. That's okay. Monocles are pretty thin. What's the gap under the door
Oh,
like?
you're so shitty. You can slip it under there. You're good.
Yep. We'll kind of snap it so it goes into the room a ways. I don't care
Uh,
where it goes, just into the room a ways.
Maybe you catch in Violin's eye just a little bit of fear, just like a little. As long as I
And
don't get on her bad
and
side, I guess.
and now we should retire for the evening. I have I have something to forge, and
Yes.
and
You
some
sure?
intelligence to deliver.
Are you sure, my dear? Are you sure you don't want to pilfer the prince's wardrobe or something first?
No, no. I like
No.
Orgrave.
Oh, good, great. You like me, right?
Yes, very much.
Okay, good. I guess I would be able to tell if you didn't. Let's retire then. And you will retire. Fantastic. Meanwhile, back in the ballroom, uh, okay, yeah. Oh, fuck. She doesn't find out. Approaching you at some. Oh, you left, Roderick. Okay, Rowen and Ludvig. As the dance concludes, you left, Roderick. Just so I'm being clear, right? You took off.
He's still around. He's just
Okay.
loitering.
Yeah. Okay. Great. You're still around. Just checking in. Music will kind of stop. Everybody stop. And this tray is going to come out, like a nice tray, and it's going to start handing out to whoever wants them. These daggers, these these knives. And then you guys are like, the non-Syrens in the room are like, what?
Because like
Rowan looks very happy and grabs a dagger.
You hear
Rowan?
in your ear, Ludvig, Haydith has appeared. She goes, it looks like they didn't like my little skeleton people so much. We're in trouble now.
Yeah, well, I thought they were actually very inventive.
I did too.
Rowan would love to talk with you about them.
Well, if we survive the night, they're getting knives out now.
It looks like you're ready to run.
She goes, oh, I don't run. Just don't worry, I'm a big fan of anime dead. It's fine.
Let's actually go ask Rowan what this is. I will take Haydith along of Rowan. Is there a human sacrifice that we're not aware of that's a Cyrean custom?
Haydith says, if there is, can I take part?
Yes.
Great. She just takes a knife from a nearby tray and just holds it.
She's terrified.
I really liked the way you articulated the joints in the construct. That was really quite inventive.
Oh, well, thank you. I can't take full credit for everything to do with them, but I did put it together, so to speak. I'm not an artificer like you are.
Oh, but you're clearly skilled, which I appreciate. I appreciate that a lot.
She kind of smirks. She says, oh, I have my secrets.
Yeah, I like the fact that you're not supposed to be here, which, by the way, makes me like you even more. I gotta tell you.
Well, if you keep my secret, I'll keep your secret.
You know, I don't know if you were planning on staying in New Cyre, but we are moving around a lot. You're welcome to
Well,
join us.
I think that would cause an international incident, unfortunately, but I do appreciate the offer. For now, I'll just have to settle with the occasional human sacrifice.
Oh, yeah. You'll like this. You'll like this. I think this is up your alley.
Nothing makes my heart pump more than indiscriminate death, I suppose. Though I admit I do find arrhythmia more reliable. And with that, Orgrave with like two blades in his hands sort of looks over at the band, almost like leader of an orchestra, kind of gets the band to start a tune. And this like jaunty song starts to play, and this and he will start like moving around the dance forms with the blades, and people will start to follow along with him in a bit of a sort of circle forms. The tables are moved largely out of the way, and people are largely given their chance to kind of like enter the circle and do a little blade dancing, and it's very, very dangerous, but it's also very, very cool and interesting. I fucking wish I had some. You know what? I'm gonna while we do this, I'm gonna look around YouTube and see if I can find some blade dancing around. that could possibly own up to what the descriptions of this is. But in the meantime, Rowan, as it comes around to your turn, would you like to roll a performance check to perform, what is it called again?
The Tago.
The Tago, that's right. Give it a shot.
I would love to. Also, if I may suggest blade dancing, the
Yes.
music will be tango, but if you go to look for Addams Family, the very first movie, Fester and Gomez do a whole blade dance. And then
Dude.
actually I think there
mamushka.
might have been the mamushka, yes.
The Mamushka.
The mamushka.
What a reference. What a perfect fucking I mean, it doesn't have anything to do with Haydith, but if it was, I'd be like, this is a perfect reference. Incredible. Well, be back.
So I am going to
Amazing. Okay, I'm just gonna post it in the chat because yeah, that'll do.
I'm
I
going
think
to
it's a little Adams Family for Siri, but fuck it, I'm putting it
No,
in
it's
there.
perfect.
It's great.
I am going to activate my innate sorcery, which I believe is going to give me a +1 on this check.
On skill checks?
I believe so. I mean,
I think
Go
they
read
give
that
us
back.
the DC or attack rolls, if I'm not mistaken. But I could be wrong.
and indeed, you may be entirely right. This is the first time I will have used it.
Yeah, no worries.
So, oh, come on, where is it? I know you were over here. Meta magic, font of magic, innate sorcery. I'm actually, dadgummit. Sometimes you actually have to go into the thing.
Yeah,
actual...
it's a pain in the butt.
Come here, what are you doing? Innate sorcery. It's just advantage. It's the spell save goes up. All right. Never mind then. It's the spell save that goes up. And she's not casting, so there. All right. But that is not bad. It is going to be a dirty 20.
You haven't done this in a while, but once you remember to do the Cyre knife dance, you do not forget, or you die. And you pull it off expertly. You really do. You. There's nothing really more to say. You go. I posted a second one that's I don't know if it's better or worse. Probably worse. But yeah, you perform the dance and everyone kind of. And it's really cool to see like the Prince, the Baron of House Leora, these really big names like have some fucking levity, and like it's really like people love it. People are like, woo, whooping and hollering and celebrating. And Haydith looks slightly disappointed that there wasn't actually a human sacrifice, but does like the dancing. It's a good alternative. And everybody's sort of laughing and dancing. At which point Roderick, Sienna's going to come up to you. She's going to say, hey, Goblin, did you ever find out who the dickhead was?
No.
Okay, at least tell me this. They're saying I slept with someone. Who are they saying I slept with?
Do I know his name?
The party's spoken about him enough. I'll give it to you. It's this guy, this handout right here. If it's coming to the front, Lord Sura Irkoron.
Okay. Yes. I hear Lord Sora Ikoram, I believe.
In the middle, she like stares at you and like looks around for him and finds him. And she kind of like looks back at you and she like blurts out laughing in the middle of the tag. Just fucking keels over. Just starts laughing. People are like, what the fuck is her problem? Like, and she just blurts out. She goes, they think I slept with him? I don't even know if he has a dick under all of that. And just like starts laughing. He goes like, "Are you kidding me? I would have crushed him, the poor thing." And everyone kind of starts kind of laughing at Lord Coron. He's like, "Come on, man!" And he like runs out of there.
Oh.
He doesn't do that, but he looks like his face is red with fury and anger. Sienna's done her best to bring it around a little bit, and it's a matter of debate if it actually happened or not. But because come on, she's like, what? Really? She'll say, "I'm the champion of Corridora Clan. I've pulled all this humongous sword." Everyone's like, "Oh!" I'm just like, "I've cut people in half with this in one swing. All right. If I rode him for 10 seconds, I'd crush his hips. He wouldn't be walking around this room."
Rowan's about to fall out of her chair. She's laughing so hard. And in Goblin, she will end up saying, "All right, when you put it like that, it's actually pretty stupid."
Yeah, and you laugh, and the hobgoblins laugh, and people all laugh, and nobody likes Lord Coron. He's a necessity to be here, and sometimes he's a necessity to have to deal with. And everyone's just fucking laughing at the observer of the court. And he's like, "I'm telling King Boreal of this." And
I'm telling Mom.
I'm gonna go. My father will hear this, Potter, and he'll stomp out of the party, kind of stomping past Sienna, who like pretends to like punch her in the face. He's like, "Oh," and she goes, "See, he's a little bitch," and everyone just starts laughing, and I think that's like kind of a good way to pull out of the night, frankly. Everyone laughs and celebrates, everyone dances with the prince, and things start to melt away to, that sort of after big party banquet where some people are just kind of sitting around at the tables and chatting, having a little last drink before heading out, and people are beginning to trickle out of the party. Is there any last things anyone would like to do during the wind down once the height of dancing excitement and drink is complete?
Does Haydith want to dance with the knives?
She looks. You're like looking at her with your knife, and she looks at you with her knife. She's kind of smiles. She goes, I don't know how to do this dance, but I kind of want to."
Well, you're not. Well, if you stab me by accident, I might consider it a mark of national honor.
What if it was on purpose?
I would still consider it a mark of national honor, Your Majesty.
She prepares to stab you. She drinks the blade at you. Do you stand resolute, or do you go, "Ah"?
Like he turns up like, shit, like he's been stabbed before, like, shit.
Yeah, but you don't want to get stabbed.
No, I'm not gonna try like.
Yeah, she just kind of like giggles evilly, and she like puts the blade down on the nearby like whatever. She goes, "My brother always told me I wasn't allowed to play with knives, and I guess I know why, because they're too much fun."
Yeah. Yes, I can understand why you would say that.
I'm not going to stab you, Ludvig. You're a dragger.
No, if I upset you, you would set me on fire first.
She thinks to herself, because no, I don't think so. I would. She thinks pretty hard about how she would kill you in punishment. She goes, I would cut out your tongue and wear it on a pretty necklace, and then have you beaten to death, and then animated into my personal manservant.
You're always creative, Your Majesty. I would consider it an honor that my tongue was so beautiful that you might wear it as a jewel. He
smiles. Torog's like, Todd's in the corner, like, it's True fucking love over there, man. Being from Carpath. He's like, oh man, Ludvig's got it, bro. Him, like Todd and what's his name?
Soren.
Todd and Soren in the court. Soren's like, he's fucking James Bond, and I know. Meanwhile, anyone near that conversation is like, what the fuck? Like, walk by Haydith. What the fuck?
It's Carnathy humor. They don't get it.
It's Carnathy flirting. Are you kidding me? It's just like, oh,
Feels like I'm denying that part. It feels like anyone asks me about it, it's like it's Carnathy humor. You wouldn't get it.
I
They
guess
probably
not.
believe it.
Yeah, people walk by like, what the fuck? Let's see here. Yeah. What about anybody else? Lois is retired. Ludvig's just being very friendly. Definitely not flirtatious or at all with Haydith.
And I, of course, do the same as I did earlier. Like, if people stop paying attention, I start moving if people pay too much attention.
Fair enough. And then you guys go back into that dance of your own. Incredible. Yeah. What about Rowen and Roderick? Any last things before the night kills, or do you guys want to just head back to your rooms after a seemingly good night of cheer and embarrassment for other people, of course?
Roderick will leave the party and walk to the gates of New Cyre.
Yeah.
Kind of stand outside.
Yeah, you wait there for a little bit. You wait there for quite a bit, in fact. But after about, we'll say, maybe an hour, let's see here. Hang on. Okay. After about an hour, you're going to see, a hooded man approach you outside of town, who says, "You wanted to see me? What is this about?"
Nothing so secretive. I simply wanted to talk.
This is rather clandestine for pleasant conversation.
You worried?
You say, "Who are you?"
No, he said, "Are you worried?"
Goes, "I suppose so."
Well, honestly, I just wanted to see how you were doing.
You brought me out to the edge of town in the middle of the night to ask me how I'm doing.
Yes. Yes, I did.
Why?
Well, to be fair, you looked like you needed a break.
He looks around, definitely nervously, like he's trying to put the puzzle pieces together that he thinks you're not giving him. He clearly doesn't trust the situation. Kind of looks back at you and he says, "Who are you? You, frankly, dance too well to, I don't know, Not many people can dance with that level of skill.
Hmm.
At least not non-Sirens. So you must be from Cyre, or you're exceptionally trained.
I I'm quite well trained. To be frank, Roderick is it's just a mask, really.
So what lies behind the mask then?
Hmm. A changeling.
I see. I don't imagine there's much of your type that would be so forthcoming with that information.
Well, I guess that's a loss. I am not like other changelings. I was not raised in a clan or taught to worship traveler or any of the other stupid reasons why I should hide myself.
But yet you do. And if I'm not mistaken, you look human, yes?
Yes.
Yes. But yet you wear a mask.
Hmm. Well, my true form, not not normal. I'll put it that way.
Are you offering me your services? I'm trying to understand why it is you have me here. I'm doubtful that this is. You speak in riddles. Be forward now. Tell me what it is you have me here for.
I did not lie to you. I simply cannot give a fuck about politics, really. I I am just interested in having fun. And you seem like a fun man. I would like to know how you are truly feeling. No, you know, airs or bullshit or anything.
Hmm. You're definitely not going to go tell your friends in House Leora about how the inner workings of my mind, yes?
No.
Make me a persuasion check.
I'm going to use my last luck point for the day.
Uh, since the luck has changed, the new edition, people aren't as consistent with it as you. The use of it anyway.
Uh, 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 26.
Good God. He says, you're here to have fun. You want to know where I stand outside of things. I will tell you this. I'm not a terribly fun individual. I wish I was. Maybe at a time I was. But unfortunately, politics is my life, whether I like it or not. What I'm feeling is that I have a lot of people relying on me. They need things. And this marriage arrangement is the best way to secure the things they need. I'm trying to make the best choice I can for my people. I don't have the luxury of fun. I have responsibilities.
Well, you answered my question. Anything you would like to ask of me?
You don't like politics and lies, you say, yes?
Hmm. Yes.
What would you give me in exchange for, or better asked, what would you want in exchange for, say, your services to find the lies in New Cyre and tell them to me? I could use a I could use a spy outside of my normal repertoire.
Hmm. Well, I don't care for money or reputation or anything really.
Well, that's very good because we don't have a lot of that around here.
Hmm. Well, friendship.
You are strange. Very well. Then let us play a game if you like fun so much. If you can tell me a lie that has been told to me or deception that's been put over my eyes, I will allow you to ask a question of me, one that isn't detrimental to my station, and one of equal value to the lie that you have shared with me. Does this suit your parameters?
Do you have a preference of lie?
The ones that harm my people, the ones that harm me.
Hmm.
I will settle for secrets, secrets I do not know. I can assure you there are many secrets that I do not know of in this city.
Well, I've only been here for 1 day. Well, not even that at the moment.
Well, technically, you've been here as long as anyone you decide to pretend to be.
Hmm. True.
Let us simply say my offer stands, and my hope is for discretion, and we will see what emerges if friendship is what you're after. I have no.
Sounds fun.
Sounds fun. Because you are an odd one. We will see if there is some greater machination underneath your game you wish to play. Roderick of House Leora. I wonder if they know what they've got on their hands. And he will.
Well,
Oh, go ahead, please.
I've told them that I am a changeling.
Yeah. He just kind of considers, and he will give you a polite nod of the head, a little bit of a bow, even almost, and he'll kind of take a couple steps back without showing you his back, clearly distrustingly, and eventually does sort of turn down the street and sort of walk into the night back into town. Do you kill him?
That would be interesting. But no.
Yep. Yeah, sure would. Okay, understood. Is there any last things? Take inspiration, Roderick. That was very strange and unusual, and I was super into it. Very cool. Lois, yes, you retire. And what else?
I have a message from Rowen, which I sent you by DM.
Got it.
Takes two sendings to send it. And I have a third casting, which I'm going to send to Rowen. Message sent. Please stop by.
Cool.
And you hear, "Will do."
Last thing Ludvig will do for the night is bid all the suitors and Orgriff good night. Tell
Man of the
Rose.
people.
What was that?
I said man of the people.
Yeah, bid them all good night.
Mhm.
I'd also tell Dainra, the woman I was dancing with,
Yeah.
that's about the updated list of new sponsors for the games tomorrow.
Understood.
Make sure Keltris names them off before the joust begins.
Yeah.
And toast in her honor because she probably doesn't get enough credit around here.
Well, thank you very much. Yes, yes, thank you. And I will see you tomorrow morning at dawn, at the cusp of dawn, to ensure all arrangements are in place, and we will have ourselves a tourney. We haven't had a tourney in New City before. Very, very excited.
And then after that, a feast here to celebrate.
And then another feast. Luckily, we are already set up.
Mm-hmm.
Excellent.
Have a very good night, my lady.
You as well, Lord Lure. And yes, you may depart as well. You get a last look from sort of Haydith. Did you just kind of like bid her goodnight and do your thing, or anything last things there?
I I bid her good night, and I hope to see her at the games tomorrow.
She smiles. She looks at you with a genuine smile, and she says, "I'll see you at the games. I'll see you at the games. Thank you again."
Yes. And if I didn't do this before Ryan, before I head to bed, I make sure Rose is invited to the games as well. So all the suitors have been invited formally.
Yes, I will assume all the suitors have been invited and all of the. Yeah, you're totally good.
Okay, got it. I'm good.
All right.
Rowen, Lois, do your thing.
Okay, magnificent. I will say it is getting a touch late, as I imagine this might not be a 2-second conversation, unless I'm wrong.
I'm just planning on turning over the Relish ambassador's notes.
Great. This is
good.
And hopefully a response from Farouk.
More than 2 seconds. We can put
We
it
can
on
do
the
that
next
later.
one.
Yeah,
No, you can do it tonight if you want.
No, it's all good. It's all good. You hand over the note to Rowen. Rowen, I've already explained it. I can tell you again, but it's basically a report on everything you already know, basically, and reporting Haydith's presence here. There is suspicions that you are possibly manipulating Orgrave's decision, as you are apparently you do. He does say like Leora, like Orgrave has brought House Leora, and they clearly have his ear, possibly manipulating his decision. We will see. As for the response, Lois, the response would have been the arrangements will be made. Tell her to come to me.
And I will pass that along.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe I should up the stakes and just call it a Beauty and the Beast thing as he locks you in the tower until you decide to love him, Ron. Or admit that you love him anyway.
That would, I mean, if he wants to, he had me locked in a tower. It's fine.
I know. It's like, let's do it again. It was so great the first time.
It was actually pretty awesome the first time.
Yeah, it worked. Kind of worked out for you. But with that, we will draw our session to an end. I hope everyone had a good time, and
That
there's
was fantastic.
certainly some surprising, interesting. Roderick, you're a wild card, my friend. I love it. I'm here for it. Um,
Who exactly was that in the cloak?
you don't know who was that in the cloak. Maybe you'll find out one day. Maybe you won't.
Just
Me and Roderick know.
be a little nice to Mr. Shadow. He's my friend and I love him.
He's he's my friend. Well,
Like you can tease him and be friendly and stuff, but please don't make him go away. Rowan would be so
little,
sad. She loves Shadow.
He's amazing.
Little changeling on changeling rivalry. It's all good. It's all good. All right, guys. Well,
To one up to Roderick, Shadow does the walk of shame out of Orgriff's room next morning.
Roderick does the walk of shame out of Orgriff's.
No. Mr. Shadow does the walk of shame.
Oh no, I
He has
don't.
the one on up Roderick somehow.
I not yet anyway. Who knows? But man, I'm fucking living for the Ludvig Haydith shit, dude. This is like such a tasty slow burn. I love it.
Like you nearly tortured me like how hurt she was. Like, oh, he's not talking to me.
Yeah, dude. It was like halfway through the night, and you had like been actively evading her eye contact and shit. And I was like, I gotta get him. I gotta get him. And oh man, your line where it's like I wanted to protect you, Haydith. I was like, that line was like, oh,
That was nice.
Ludwig's got some
nice.
got some lines. It's got some.
It's not just the princess thing. It's just like her.
Yeah. Well, it was perfect because you were like, of course I want to protect you. You're the princess of Karnath, and I'm a fucking Karnathi loyal. Like, of course. But you're also like, but you, Haydith, I want to protect you too. And I was like, Ludwig, man.
That was well done.
That was
well
great.
I
done.
felt like that was a good line to say at some moments. What you wanted to
yeah,
hear.
that was, man. That girl's
That-
trying to not fall in love. I'll tell you what. She's on the side, trying not to fall in love.
I did not expect her to hug me.
That was great. That was great.
She's a little icy, but she's also kind of alone here, and you're like her only friend, Ludwig.
Yeah.
So, you know,
Friend.
Maybe we need to fix that. Maybe we need to make her some more friends.
Yeah.
Who do you think she'd be friends with out of all the suitors?
Talalara, maybe, because she's got devious undertones, I feel like.
Oh, Talar gives Ludwig bad vibes.
I know. I love her. I love all the suitors. I think they're all cool.
Weirdly enough, Rowen likes Tellalura, doesn't want her to marry the prince, but wouldn't be terribly upset if, someone in House Leora married her.
Everyone's all over fucking Orgrave's suitors. Everyone's like, damn.
I think
he can only marry one of them.
Yeah.
Actually, for what it's worth, no, it's not. That's not true. Because if he sets up his own law, he does not have to set it up as a monarchy. He could set up a constitutional monarchy. He could also set it up where he has a number of wives.
Yeah.
Like he can set up whatever government he wants to.
He has a
Why not? They can have a polycule.
Politically,
you know what? I think Haydith and Sienna would get along. Like, yeah, Haydith would enjoy Sienna's stories.
Haydith, she's got like high charisma in like a really kind of weird way. I think she could, if she really wanted to, she could probably get in good with whoever she wanted. I think Ilya would dislike her the most because she's like
very cold.
She's a little prim and proper.
Ilya's a traditionalist.
She's a little more traditional. She's a little more prim and proper. Yeah, she's also Cyren.
Yeah,
she's Cannith, but she's Cyren, and Karnath was.
They got bad blood.
They got a little bad blood there, but they might become frenemies.
I feel like Talalara and Eleanor are basically on the same page about a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
I feel like that Vestige and Haydith would have interesting conversation, maybe.
They're all interesting. I love
Yeah.
it, man. When I saw that suitor list, and I was like, why am I going to make my own? This is perfect. This is this is
That
great,
is a magnificent suitor list.
isn't it? I'm like, why am I going to be boring and be like, oh, some priest from Thrain? Like, fuck that. Let's just do this.
Yeah, changeling priest who can contact the dead.
Yeah, like, come on, let's do this,
But
man.
yeah,
Happens. I got a long calendar to make. Long calendar entry to do here.
yeah.
What even happened?
It's been like it felt like it feels good to be back after the two
Good,
weeks.
good. Yeah, that was.
It
It feels like forever.
yeah, it felt like forever. It is also like it feels like there's some moments I've been frustrated, like, man, we've been in this side for a long time. But then again, I'm feeling like, you know what? After stuff like tonight, I'm happy to be in the
But
side.
we've done so much, though. That's the whole thing, is that we've been so Lois,
Very
Jesus,
productive.
Lois has been working overtime.
Oh, to get fucking arrested. Dude, what are you talking about? Setting everybody on a merry chase. Oh my god. At
Yeah,
least
That
what
was
is
that was
what's she gonna do with the
genius.
letters next? She has
actually,
to
the
send.
scribe can't really do anything about it because, like, we can't. It was like, she talked about my
What?
contact. Not allowed to talk about.
Yeah, because
Fine, actually.
he can't write, and now the scribe's in trouble.
Yeah. And then the scribe's like, what? You've been dealing with whoever these people are. I can't talk about that. I almost slipped something out about. That was close. Nice try.
Exactly. What, Eric? Give me hints. What are you gonna do with those letters from the Baelish douche?
Well, once I get, well, one, the originals are going to go to Orgrave after Rowan has seen them,
Hmm.
just so you know what's going out. And then I will ask him, what information do you want to go out?
Uh, you better watch out, or you're going to be living in New Series.
Listen, there's a
Hi,
part of me
dude.
that's been like, you know something, if the 12, or if specifically if House
Civis.
Civis is just going to continue to be difficult. House Madani is connected to Brayland. We could just connect to New Siri.
Yeah, but they're
I
actually technically a house.
I
Like,
can't wait to cut
We're
forward a
technically House
couple.
2.
I can't wait to cut forward a couple levels where you guys have a couple of like kids, and they're like, ages where they're actually capable underneath you, and
mhm.
you guys have officially decided to take over Corvair, uh, and become the new rulers of Corvair through the power of Cold War persuasion, and it's going to be great. That's what I want to see. I'm hoping you guys end up becoming the
The
kings,
Shadow Masters of Corvair.
or even that, even better. You guys become the shadow government of fucking Corvair. That'd be fucking
Yeah,
sick.
I've talked with
Yes.
Rowan. I've talked with Carmen about this. She wants us to become the Benny Gesserits of Corvair.
Dude, do it. Do it. I love that shit. That's so great.
I don't want to sit on your throne. I want you to sit on your throne.
You're
And
just
when
gonna do
I
what I want.
move my hand this way, I want your arms to go up and down, and I
Yeah.
want your lips to speak. Just
See,
do what you're told.
that's exactly right. That's
Dude,
what I'm talking about. That's what I want. That's what I want for us.
please become the fucking Bene Gesserit. Please. Please. No, what I want to see is, let's be honest, you guys are going to become like a council under Orgrave, and it's just going to be like, Siri takes over everything. We don't know how we did it, but we empowered
Yeah, probably
to
not
take
that.
over Corvair, and we love Orgrave because he told us not to, but we did it anyway for him because we love him. And that'll be it, and that'll be
And
great.
and then the dragons attack.
Not sure if it'll be that necessarily, but like,
I know, I know.
I think we'll get Civs out of the way eventually.
Well, that's why I'm going hard against this guy here.
And you're just gonna keep
Is
doing that on every stop we make.
well, not necessarily. This guy was a little pushy when we first got here, and okay, fine. You want to be that way? You wanted to go hard? We'll go hard. Now, he only went that way because someone above him said, hey, they're coming. I need you to do this.
Hmm.
And it needs to go up the food chain, and it will when all of the all of the background shenanigans blows up. It'll go up the food chain of, oh, maybe we don't want to go hard.
The amount of trouble these guys could cause for us on the it's
It's
better to
like
have them inside the tent pissing out and not outside the tent pissing in.
that is exactly right, and that's what I love about what Lois is doing.
Well, it's a dovetail to what Violin and those folks have got in play. It's a there's a lot of teeth out here. Play ball.
Hmm. Man, anything else I want to talk about? What was your favorite guy's favorite gift from the
Oh
suitors?
yeah, tell me, what was your guys' favorite gift by the suitors?
The most memorable for me would be most memorable and best. Most memorable would be the skeletons, the non-necrotic skeletons.
There's a show
Haydith,
about that. That certainly is.
there's something really cool about that. If Haydith and Lude got married, I hope they have like all those skeleton non-necromantic skeletons walking around the house as manservants to save money. And two, most useful, honestly, I'd pick like Elena's gift, the water.
Oh, the water is fantastic, but not for the reasons that immediately leap to mind.
There is a
What
lot of
immediately leaps to
applications.
mind is
Yeah.
you built a moat around your castle.
Yeah, I was thinking that.
Now it's empty.
Or like, oh, hey, your country's landlocked. Okay, we're not going to drop a bomb. We're just going to siphon all of the water out of the immediate area.
Oh, that's so.
We're going to drop one of these on the top of a waterfall that feeds
Yeah,
this entire basin of troops.
yeah. It's like she's getting water from somewhere.
Yeah,
Oh yeah.
it's difficult for Rowan because in the back of her head, she's like, I am not House Cannith. I am not House Cannith. I am not a Cannith. I am not a Cannith. And I am
But
not
like,
biased because I am not a Cannith. And this is none of my
As she
business.
with her foam finger that says "I love Kenneth" and her shirt that says "Kenneth
It says
High."
she
Elena's
has
biggest
a
fan.
crush on
The
Elena.
Kenneth
That's what it is.
Thorntons, like
See, the problem is Rowan would like to see Elena be barren. That's Rowan's biggest problem, is that Rowan would rather see.
I know that there's some plans for suitors outside of who gets married.
Yeah,
Maybe, I mean,
who knows?
you could be like, "Hey,
Elena.
dude, hire
Elena.
it,
It
bro."
might be better for Elena if she's not if she has more potential if she's not his wife or Griff's wife. But yeah, tell Lara that that mind numbing thing is
It
really
wasn't.
powerful, but it scares me.
Oh, I think that here's the thing is like the power that like the abilities, the power and everything that she's offering new series like scary, but that's exactly the reason why it's so valuable
Mhm.
because you guys are freaked out by it because of its potential and its power and its whatever. Think about how the people who want to fuck with new Siri will feel. They'll feel exactly as you're feeling right now, which is, ooh, maybe we shouldn't fuck with the psionics.
Or maybe let's get ahead of ourselves before more psionics move in.
Listen, the way Rowan, the ease of spirit Rowan felt was much more significant than anything she might have been able to experience with Vestige. Because closure is one thing, but it's something else when physically, and there is something to
Yeah.
be that is scary because there's that sense of addiction. Think about the dopamine that's
Yeah.
going to flood your system when
Oh
all
yeah.
of a sudden all of that
Yeah.
emotional shit just leaps off of you. How I could see where someone would want to chase that.
Oh
Well,
yeah.
it's the
Just
difference
a whole nation
between
of addicts.
yeah, and it's like it's the application of it, which is like the difference between like like emergency anxiety meds or antidepressants as opposed to say like just being high on weed all the time, or self-diagnosing or whatever, right? Like
Yeah.
it is like any drug, potentially dangerous if not in the right hands.
But
Yeah,
it's
and I like Sienna and Rose's gifts. They were practical.
Also for Sirens, I mean, being able to like make garbs quickly and fabrics and linens and all of that, there's a cultural thing there that kind of. Good night.
Bye, Eric. Have a good night.
yeah, I mean,
I'll try to make it as difficult as possible.
Again, for Rowen, that loom,
The loom's cool.
like as a textile engineer who's like, folks don't realize she actually did a lot of work in textiles and like the whole growing this is how you would develop a commercial system out of textiles. So yeah, she's
Rowen wrote her whole thesis on making up a textile industry, and Rose came in like, here's how you solve your textile problems. Here's a loom for you.
Hey, wasn't anybody like super into the farming techniques?
But it's true. That is it's not sexy, but it's useful.
It's true, it's not
yeah, Rowen again, part of Rowen's system includes some farming things, but that's deeply meaningful. Like that's the kind of thing that she's into: farming, clothing, taking care of the people, something that they can build a future on. Like it's hard to choose between what Sienna and what Elena offered.
Yeah.
But that one complicates it that much more because farming is you gotta be able to feed people.
Yeah. But yeah, before I leave, I'm just gonna say I am now realizing if Lud and Haydith got married and they had those skeletal things all over the house, it would bring them one step closer to literally being the Addams family of Corvair.
That's totally. Haydith definitely like goes to bed in her like completely black like nightie with her completely black skeleton teddy bear, and dreams of like a future in a black house with a black picket fence with Ludvig with little skeleton babies running around cleaning up the place. Like sacrifices on Thursdays.
Mm-hmm.
Blood for the blood god.
And see, like, oh, she's like, she's so sweet.
I love Haydith so much.
I love Haydith.
I love
Haydith
her.
is remarkable.
She's a lot of
fun. Haydith connection it's my favorite. I could do that the whole time. I'm holding back with her. It takes so much willpower inside me to just hold back with Haydith.
Like,
hey, I have a question.
Yeah.
Why? Because we are going, like House Leora is part of this trip. Like we are going back to Breland.
Yeah.
Right? Why was it such a bad thing to ask her to join us since we're going to where like I wasn't trying to get her in trouble. I just figured since we're going to the same place, would you like to accompany us?
It's because you're going to
outside of Breland.
Yeah, you would be leaving Breland before going to Sharn.
Oh, okay.
And if she left the border, that would be like a humongous international incident that might get some very important people killed.
I'm so sorry. I am so sorry. I was literally thinking we're going there anyway. Do you wanna hitch a ride with us? Like that was the vibe I was going for.
Well, she might meet you in Sharn at the end of your trip, but if you could sneak out of the palace, but no, like you didn't know. There's no apologies. You're good. It's all good.
Yeah. Ludvig just keeps having a thing for ladies who are incredibly intelligent, but also politically tricky.
Yeah, politically incredibly tricky, but. Hey.
She should meet us in Sharn then, because if she doesn't marry the prince, why can't she marry Ludvig?
Because why not? Because the other Wine on Monarchs might not.
We can find another hostage, can't we? Or maybe we could just fix it that they don't need a hostage. What if they didn't need a hostage?
It's less okay. For one, the hostage situation would be tricky, but like if Ludvig and him like or excuse me, Ludwig and her got married or whatever, it would be like, oh, there's nothing you can do about it now. Like he's no longer like, especially if she would be entering House Leora, her name
She's not
moves
a white arm
Linearm to
anymore.
Leora. Um, then it's like she's no longer a valuable hostage, and it's no really skin off anyone's back that she's like. It doesn't create any. It's like, oh, okay. I think Boreal would be a little peeved he doesn't have a hostage and hope that Karnath will play nice and give them a hostage and in exchange for what they lost in um, that could be a bit of a political tension incident, but nothing world shattering. What is potentially world shattering, as me and Ludwig has spoken of, is a Wynarn, a member of the royal blood, while legally can, politically entering into a Dragonmark house.
Would be
I
the first
mean,
time.
sure, on paper, in the law, whatever. Yes, of course, legally she can do it, but it's not always all about law.
It's
Like
about power.
adding royal blood to a Dragonmarked house, like they care, like the blood is more important than the law. So adding blood to a Dragonmarked house technically gives a Dragonmark house legitimacy to sit on the throne.
It would have to.
Kind of like
we
on
would have
Dare,
to. We would have
right?
to like. I mean, I guess me and Haydith would have to take a vow. Like,
Well,
none of us or our descendants would ever
well,
claim
no,
a
no, no, no.
throne.
That's very different. Is because the Dallas and the man married into the House of Wynarn, which means that the child that's produced, it's a boon to the Wynarn family because now the Wynarn family is bringing the mark of handling into the Ondarian Wynarn family, so it's valuable to the Wynarn royal line, but it doesn't affect House Vidalis. Maybe there's political, there's a good conversation between them and alliances, but Vidalis doesn't have royal blood in them. It's Wynarn that now has the mark of handling, which is cool, but unrelated to House Vidalis.
Okay,
Give me
but when there's a
Yeah.
kid, right?
Yeah.
Then there's going to be a Vidala. There's going to be a mark of handling in the royal line. Like you just have to
Yes.
wait a couple generations to get to the same point.
But having a mark doesn't make you a member of the house because there's exorciates out there, right?
That's true.
Yeah,
So that's the key is the house and the royal family. So if Leora was to gain Haydith, who possesses the royal blood of Wynarn, and that royal blood of Wynarn begins to go into the bloodline of House Leora, there is some legitimacy to Ludwig's eventual family line sitting on the throne of Galifar one day. And that gives substantial political power and claim power to a dragon marked house, which is
massive. Yeah, and like it's they don't even need my descendant. Ludwig's descendants don't theoretically even need to sit on the throne strictly. Someone else can come along as a great uniter of the nations or whatever, and I need a bride. That how about them over there? They have the blood of the old Wynons, and technically joining the houses that could technically work.
It's legally, technically, like legally, there's nothing wrong with it. It happens around. It is in violation of the Court edicts, technically, but it's sort of like it's fine. It's fine, especially because it's to benefit of us, we, the royal family, and the governments of these nations. So we'll let it slide because it's to our benefit.
Yeah, that's why they did the Vidalis thing.
Wait, you want to do it? Dragon Mark houses.
Whoa, wait a minute.
You want a royal member in your bloodline?
She wants in.
We really care about the Court edicts, So but it's this razor edge thing where it's like, yeah, they're going to be like, oh yeah, we care about the Court edicts now. We can't have a royal baby in the Leora family. But at the same time,
they wouldn't be a royal baby.
Technically, if Leora could pull it off, I mean, that goes a long way to smashing the legitimacy of the Court edicts forever. So it's a bit of a gambit.
I do like Haydith though, just as a person. I like her. She could be cool. We could hang out.
Or Ludwig could marry Haydith, and you guys are already trying to slow launch Leora living in the fucking royal palace of fucking
It feels like but it's to the good of Corvair. It's like it's not like we're trying to take over or anything.
but you're gonna.
It feels like
You wanna.
would we? But not sitting on any throne.
But
They
guys,
might listen to us
what
and
do you
everything, but they're
think
not
about
sitting
it,
on any
dude?
thrones.
If we're talking about Bene Gesserit, dude,
Yeah, exactly.
Ludwig's gonna
The
have
Bene
Lysan
Gesserit don't sit on the
Al-Gaib.
throne. They don't sit on the throne.
Ludwig's gonna be the Lysan Al-Gaib, and he's gonna give birth to the fucking Emperor of Mankind.
First of all, I do not. Ludvig does not give birth. Haydith gives birth. That's human biology 101.
Yes. You are gonna be the Lysan Al-Gaib. You're gonna give birth to the baby who's gonna become the genocidal maniac Emperor of Mankind, who is both the power of magical persuasion over anyone they look at, and the royal blood to back up their legitimacy as fucking king of Corvair. I think it's a fucking cool plot line. We want to talk about a cool fucking storyline? Let's have Ludwig's baby the legitimate heir to the Galifar line, and you guys
or the last heir standing, considerably.
Boom! That's what I'm talking about.
Or considerably like the last heir standing.
Yeah, the last heir. Just kill all guys. You guys.
No, I'm not. He's not going to do that. Ludwig is not. Ludwig genuinely wants there to be peace between the nations and a lot of stability.
No, there's no peace. No, you make an alliance with Fjarlin and Thurani. They launch a second Shadow Schism, and they fucking kill every member of the royal family until all that's left is Ludwig's baby. And you put it on the throne and rule Corvair forever. Nicely. Definitely not.
Does that mean that Rowen can retire to Rukon
And then Rowen can retire to review.
And here's the thing, but it's also all this talk about like barons and marriages and dragon marks and royals. It's like it's also the big problem with like Rowen marrying Haruk potentially because she can't really strictly do it as the baron.
No, if you were to marry Haruk, it would have to be the same thing as the Prince Consort Vidalis at least, where you're like, oh yeah, I'm Leora I have the name, but I'm not a Delora. I'm Deliora.
And I can't. The big difference is that she can't have his heir.
You can't. Yeah, absolutely.
That's a huge thing. Is that they can be married, but they can't produce any children. So it's very different than Ludvig and Haydith, who absolutely can.
Yeah, but if you're still the head of the house and married Haruk, the head of the nation, it'd still be funny. It's like even if you couldn't have kids, it's like if King Caius for some reason ditched his wife and married Zolan to Cannith. They can't strictly have kids. It's just so I guess it's okay. It would still be you would still be like no.
Well,
I don't know. I'd be into it.
No, the royal family and the sovereigns have no like. It's like anybody, right? I don't care so long as it benefits me, right? So the royal family, the court edicts don't matter if they stand in the way of getting what they want. So if Haruk wants to marry Rowen, then it'd be like, yeah, drop the name Leora, be my babe, and I'll like bang some hobgoblin chick. Dude, you and Sienna and
talking to me?
Haruk have a fucking love poly triangle. She'll bear his baby, and you be up in there. And guys, I love love.
Right, but see, if Rowen is still expected
to all this, like, what the fuck you guys talking about?
Didn't we establish that Rowan's like kind of steers towards the ladies anyway? And Sienna's kind of a giant hot champion of fucking.
She's a hottie,
dude. You should go flirt with Sienna. Rowen, make it happen, please. For my headcanon, I need it to happen for my headcanon. Please go flirt with Sienna.
Something I've considered it and could actually. That could work.
Well, think about it, Rowan. I was sitting around thinking about some of the conversations we had, and I was like, with what you had planned, I was like, but like, what if you went in on it with her, and like worked together somehow? Like that could be a pretty powerful alliance for what you're trying to make happen. You know,
actually, it could.
Yeah,
that's definitely something that could work, and I don't know how to bring it up, but in theory, I have a way to deal with Rowen producing a child if she were to marry Haruk, and she could convince him that Shadow.
Hmm? Hmm?
Yeah,
True.
and just claim that's Haruk's kid.
Such an interesting.
Well, no, he's
Changelings are very diverse. It's honestly, probably just because it's a little off. I don't know, but it's a thing people don't think about, right? Like changelings are very capable, espionage, spy, whatever, but they're also very flexible child bearers. Like
Yeah.
they can make it happen with anyone from any race.
I mean, that's not why she's suggesting she genuinely likes and trusts Shadow. Uh,
Oh yeah.
but yeah, no, in general, she does. She had actually considered the same arrangement that you're suggesting with Sienna, but with Shadow because she,
Yeah.
but yeah, no, so it's cool.
I would be super down. I mean, it doesn't matter what I'm down. Doesn't sound like the right word, but I'd be super interested to see how things work out because like if you think about it like this, Haruk gets the high level how to run Dargoon up here, but Siana's like on the ground. You know what I mean? Like he's head and shoulders above anyone else in his country as far as intelligence, leadership, charisma, governance, statecraft, all of it, head and shoulders above everybody else. But that does kind of put him outside of the sort of on the ground mentality in a way, right? Because you can't be that high level functioning while ruling like a feudal tribal nation and like totally understand everything on the ground. Whereas Siana really gets it on the ground. And she's got that real direct sort of like grunt warrior tribal honor traditional value. Like Haruk kicks her ass in any kind of fight or political challenge or anything, blah, 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 blah. But it is the interesting dynamic that she is like well respected on the ground and has, unlike Haruk, a very deep interest in making bonds with Cyre or writing the reins with Cyre.
Yeah.
All right.
I feel like I might.
Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. I hope you totally date Siana.
That's
But she
now
also
that's on the
wants
menu.
Elena. She also has a crush on Elena, so Siana needs to
That's
get in
more
line.
of that's a craftsman's crush though. That's a work crush.
A work crush. She's gonna be my work wife.
I almost
I'm in love with
you're-
her work, but not necessarily like her.
You're gonna have your hobgoblin husband, you're gonna have your hobgoblin wife, and you're gonna have your work wife.
Ryan, a legit question.
I gotta go.
What would be more
Yeah.
of